Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for April 12th, 2022. Call the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani? Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Walser?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54957.6, 54956.8, 54956.9D1 et sec. We will return at 6:30.
The meeting is now live.
Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for April 12th, 2022. Call the meeting back to order. We've been in executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There's nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we kicked off the month of April with the return of the 9th Annual Cherry Blossom Cultural Festival at Columbia Park. Congratulations to our Cultural Services Division of the Community Services Department and the staff who organized and helped bring back this cherished event. After a 2-year hiatus, the event was well attended as many enjoyed live performances, a variety of food vendors, and a true celebration. The festival symbolizes the new spring season and the importance of nurturing relationships. Thanks to Soka Gokkai International Organization for the many years of their friendship and for the generous contribution and donation of more than 150 cherry blossom trees through the years, many of which are planted at Columbia Park. As we ease out of this 2-year pandemic, the spirit of optimism was definitely seen at this event. I think we got a glimpse of what life will look like in the future without masks and the return of our favorite events, yet most importantly, the ability to all be together again. I don't know about you, but I am ready for more events like these. Speaking of events, I'm excited to announce as of today, the month-long contest that promotes water conservation is off to a great start for Torrance. On April 1st, the City of Torrance invited the community to join in the Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation Contest. As of this afternoon, the City of Torrance is ranked 3rd highest in number of pledges. Way to go, Torrance. This year, the event includes a broader emphasis on environmental practices and conservation efforts. We're asking residents and community members to make simple pledges to use water more efficiently, reduce pollution, and save energy. The last time the City of Torrance participated was in 2015, and we were among the 5 cities named as winners for their commitment to making water savings choices. And I know we can do it again. It only takes a few seconds, and the contest runs through the month of April. You just have to go to mywaterpledge.com and choose the City of Torrance from a pop-down menu. And congratulations are also in order for Torrance Transit Department, which operates nearly a dozen bus routes in and around the South Bay region. For the 23rd year in a row, our local transportation agency received a perfect score in the annual California Highway Patrol Safety Inspection. Torrance Transit was praised with a stellar inspection due to its fleet maintenance program, along with training and record-keeping processes. This is not an easy goal to achieve. At Torrance Transit, which has more than 60 alternative fuel bus transports more than 4 million riders annually. Great job, Team Torrance, and congratulations on your big achievement. The week of April 10th through the 16th is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, which is celebrated annually to honor the thousands of men and women who respond to emergency calls, dispatch emergency professionals and equipment, and render life-saving assistance to the community. I'd like to recognize the dedicated professionals within Torrance's Communication Dispatch Center, as these dedicated professionals play an integral role in the success of our city. Also new this month, Torrance City Cable launched its newest program called Torrance Today. The daily news broadcast airs Monday through Thursday live at 4 p.m. Tune in to catch the latest in local news and events happening in and around Torrance. You can watch on Spectrum Channel 3, Frontier Fios Channel 31, on City Cable's YouTube channel, and streaming on torranceca.gov. Thank you all tonight for joining us via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable. Tonight we continue with our hybrid meeting model with City Council and staff meeting in person and the public tuning in remotely. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, the City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or by teleconference or other electronic means. And in order to protect the public, the City Council and staff, the City Council chambers is closed to the public in the interest of maintaining appropriate social distancing and in order to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. The hybrid model of City Council meetings will allow the community to participate from the safety and comfort of your own homes. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments, and public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who have met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously not right now. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, you may participate by calling in to the Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when you're calling in. Be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, and it seems they're all coming at the same time. So you may get a busy signal when you first call in. If that's the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. There will be 2 opportunities tonight for oral communications. You'll have up to 1 minute per speaker for items not on the agenda or on the consent calendar for a period up to 15 minutes. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during this meeting. Also, comments on administrative matters as they are considered, we allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings, we allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. Staff will notify you when your time begins, and time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep your remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have another 15 minutes for oral communication number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Madam Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then we move on with our agenda. The first items up will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Ashcraft, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Chen. I ask those in attendance, please stand.
Please join me in the salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, we thank you for the opportunity as we gather once again to deliberate and make decisions as representatives of our city. As we approach Easter weekend, let us reflect on the abundance of grace showered upon us and be grateful. Bring about a stop to the war in Ukraine. Give wisdom to world leaders to act with courage and swiftness to prevent more lives lost. Comfort the families who have lost loved ones in this war. Give us clarity of mind to review facts and data, understand all issues before us, and pursue what's best for the entire community. Thank you for all our frontline health workers and first responders who have tirelessly kept us safe. We ask for your continued presence to guide us with wisdom and courage. Amen.
Thank you both. We move on. I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Monday, April 4th, with a revised agenda posted on Thursday, April 7th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
I second.
It's freezing. Start voting, please. Councilmember Matisse, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Shparian, City Manager. We have supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communication. Item 9A, City Manager appropriate funds, award consulting services agreement to provide interim housing services for Torrance temporary housing program and authorize the City Manager to sign agreement. 9D, Finance and Government Operations Committee accept and file fiscal year 2021-2022 mid-year budget review report and approve program modifications. Item 9I, City Manager, approve Torrance's Salute to United States Military Program. And lastly, item 9N, City Manager, adopt resolutions setting pay ranges for all job classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Griffith, you have a couple?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everybody. The City of Torrance is currently updating its 6th cycle housing element of the general plan. Local governments across California are required by the state housing element law to adequately plan to meet their allocated share of the state's overall housing need by updating their general plan's housing element. Housing elements provide goals, policies, and programs to create opportunities for housing development where local governments deem appropriate. The city's initial draft housing element was available for public review on November 1st, 2021 through November 30th, 2021. The document was also submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for their review. Based on their comments, a revised draft housing element has been prepared. The revised draft housing element update was made available for public review on the city's website until April 29th, 2022. Any comments received prior to 5 p.m. April 29th, 2022 will be addressed in the final document. Comments received after this date will be reviewed by the city, but not necessarily directly addressed. The community is invited and encouraged to participate in this important process. Your input is very important to the city, and your feedback is greatly appreciated. For further information, please visit the Community Development Department webpage at www.torranceca.gov/housing element update, all one word. If you have any questions or would like to be added to the email distribution list, please email staff at cddinfo@torranceca.gov. And please include housing element update in the subject line of any correspondence. And on a more fun subject, the Torrance Sister City Association is proud to present the 47th annual Bunkasai Japanese Cultural Festival coming up in April 23rd and 24th, Saturday and Sunday, the hours of 11 to 5 p.m. at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. And after a 2-year hiatus, we're really thrilled to have them come back and share their Japanese Cultural Festival with all the residents of the community. This is the largest fundraiser for the Torrance Sister City Association, and we would love to have everyone's participation. You can come and enjoy tasty plate lunches, sweets, arts and craft items, cultural performances, dance, music, martial arts, exhibitions, and many other demonstrations. For more information, you can go to the torrancesistercity.org website. And the other thing is that they are desperately seeking volunteers to help put on the festival. And if you're a student or someone interested in getting some service hours and would like to be able to volunteer, please send an email to the following email address, tscavolunteers@gmail.com. Thank you all. Look forward to a very successful festival.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcroft.
The Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, also known as TOCA, is currently planning their annual South Bay Festival of the Arts to be held in person on Saturday, June 25th, 2022, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. in the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. That means the whole center, outside and inside. The family-friendly event is free to attend and offers entertainment on 3 stages: art vendors, art competition, demonstrations, and hands-on art experiences. TOCA is currently looking for volunteers and arts vendors to participate in the event. If you're interested, please visit their website at www.torrancearts.org to sign up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walser.
Thank you, Your Honor. This afternoon, the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee met to approve the conceptual float design for the 2023 Pasadena Tournament of Roses Parade. Staff presented the item to the committee that include a rendering of the float. The Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee approved the conceptual design. The Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee will enthusiastically present this item to City Council to recommend approval of the design on May 24th, 2022.
Thank you. Now, a couple items that I mentioned earlier, and then something really exciting. National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, which I mentioned earlier, the week of April 10th through April 16th is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. This week celebrates annually, honors the thousands of men and women who respond to emergency calls, dispatch emergency professionals and equipment, and render life-saving assistance to the community. The department would like to pay tribute to these very dedicated professionals for the integral role they play in this difficult and challenging job. The intricacies of public safety dispatching can at times make this one of the most hectic and demanding jobs in all law enforcement and fire service. During periods of crisis when concerns for officer and firefighter safety, as well as the appropriate utilization of personnel and resources, are at their highest, a dispatcher must demonstrate the ability to control radio traffic and effectively coordinate the operations of field units. High-energy public safety activities promote the same stress for dispatchers that firefighters and officers experience in the field, and they too must respond with the same requisite calm that epitomizes the professional level of services enjoyed by the citizens of Torrance. Please take the time to recognize our Communications Center and express your appreciation for the critical work that our public safety dispatchers perform. We in the council certainly do, and we know our city staff does as well. Now, a little bit more competitive, I mentioned the National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. Just a reminder, the 11th Annual Wyland Foundation National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation is already underway. As I mentioned, I'm really excited to join mayors across the country to ask residents to make a long-term commitment to reduce pollution, manage water resources more wisely, and become more active stewards of the community and all of our natural resources. I invite all of you to join the City of Torrance in this fun competition and help lead the country in the most number of pledges to conserve water resources, recycle, reduce waste, and protect the environment. Residents also have a chance to win $3,000 toward their home utility payments, water-saving fixtures, and hundreds of other prizes. I know the last time we did this, a lot of people got prizes. Plus, one lucky charity from a winning city will receive a 2022 Toyota Highlander hybrid to serve the community. In 2015, as I mentioned, Torrance was among the 5 cities named as winners for their commitment to making water-saving choices, pledging to reduce water use at home, around the yard, at work, and in their daily lives. And they really did. They cut back on water usage just with the education. So let's try and make this happen again. This year's program includes a broader emphasis on the environmental practices and conservation efforts, and asks that residents make simple pledges to use water more efficiently, reduce the pollution, and save energy. Available this year is a new digital tool called My Volunteer Water Project, which gives residents a unique way to do hands-on home, community, and workplace projects to support the city's sustainability efforts. The campaign is ongoing and ends April 30th. Individuals or groups can sign up online during that period. As I mentioned earlier, just go to mywaterpledge.com, make the pledge on behalf of the City of Torrance. Then encourage your family, friends, colleagues, and neighbors to do so also. Be sure to check out the city's website, where you'll also find information about ongoing water-saving projects, along with tips and suggestions on how you can save water and ways to be more environmentally friendly. Go to torranceca.gov/waterchallenge. Let's go Team Torrance.
Come on.
I think that was a cheer. Last item, and this is exciting. The City of Torrance is very proud to announce the celebration of the renaming of the multi-use sports complex to the LA Galaxy Sports Complex. The newly renovated turf, energy-efficient lighting, and other amenities will be used year-round by soccer, football, lacrosse, rugby, and other sports teams. This was all made possible thanks to the commitment and partnership of the LA Galaxy, City of Torrance, and surrounding South Bay cities. Again, a very sincere thank you to the LA Galaxy organization for their community involvement and outstanding programs for our youth, parents, and adults to enjoy for years to come. So here it is. Mark your calendars for Saturday, April 16th at 3 p.m. for the official ribbon cutting ceremony, along with a block party hosted by the LA Galaxy and the LA Galaxy Sports Complex. There will be a soccer clinic for Torrance youth, as well as games, food, music, and much, much more. In addition, there will be an official viewing of the LA Galaxy road match against Chicago Fire FC, which will kick off at 5 p.m. So April 16th, 3 o'clock, 555 Maple, the location of the Galaxy Sports Complex. And it looks like going to be a fun day, and I invite the entire community to show up. Now we go on to our city clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Become an informed voter prior to our June 7th, 2022 election. Visit the city clerk's website to review campaign statements and read the biographies of the candidates. The next candidate forum is hosted by North Torrance and Old Torrance Neighborhood Associations, and it will be held this Thursday, April 14th, at North Torrance High School Library at 7 p.m. Just a reminder, if you have moved or changed your name, you will need to re-register to vote. You can register online at www.lavote.gov. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We move on to item 6 on our calendar, which is community matters. And for those, I'm going to come down to the podium. Or actually, let's do the first one, then I'll come down to the podium for the middle one. Item 6A is a proclamation declaring April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day in the city of Torrance. Councilmember Walzer, would you do the honors of reading this proclamation?
Okay. Whereas we all continue to deal with the many uncertainties of our time, we are reminded of the importance of maintaining a clean and healthy environment. The global community now faces extraordinary challenges such as social divisiveness, health issues, the continuing efforts of COVID-19, and economic struggles. And whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geographical location, have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment as well as economic growth and opportunity. And whereas enhancing and improving our green economy, infrastructure, and open space will require cooperation across all sectors of society. We are all caretakers of our planet, and we have an obligation to commit climate change and environmental degradation to preserve the Earth's beauty as well as its resources. And whereas this obligation extends not only to today's caretakers, but also to future generations who will inherit our planet. And whereas the city of Torrance is committed to building on past achievements, supporting environmental protection through environmentally friendly landscaping, increasing our urban forest, supporting green technology, continuing education, providing environmental-based programs, and raising local awareness.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim April 22, 2022 as Earth Day in the city of Torrance, and I encourage all of our citizens to join with me in acknowledging Earth Day by volunteering at the Madrona Marsh Preserve Earth Day Restoration Program on April 23rd, 2022, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., by attending safe local events or making a commitment to doing something near your home to actively help or support our local environment. Signed this 12th day of April, 2022. I believe that our Park Services Manager, Tracy Drake, is on the line to accept.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, staff, and residents. Thank you so much for this proclamation in recognition of Earth Day. This year's theme is Invest in Our Planet, and the official day is the 22nd. Not only is there an event at Madrona Marsh Preserve, but there are a couple of other events going on in the city. Of course, previously mentioned is the Mayor's Challenge, looking after water and environmental conservation. Additionally, over at the library, North Torrance Library, Jen Aguilar from CNPS will give a talk on native plants. Putting in native plants in your garden will help conserve water tremendously. Also, the City of Torrance on Earth Day, on the 23rd, it's holding a recycling and shredding event. This starts at 12 noon at City Hall in the employee parking lot. For more information for those two events, please go to torranceca.gov events. Additionally, if you go to earthday.org, there's an interactive map showing other events that are available in our county. Again, thank you so much in advance for all of you who will celebrate Earth Day this year and take the time to invest in our future.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. I look forward to seeing you Earth Day and the other activities that we will have celebrating our conservation efforts. We move on to item 6B, and for that I will come down to the podium. Thank you. This proclamation will be read by Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor. Whereas the National Animal Control Association has designated the second week of April as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week. And whereas Torrance would like to express its thanks and appreciation for the service Torrance Animal Control has provided to its citizens over the past 19 years. And whereas the Torrance Animal Control Program is focused on improving public health, safety, and quality of life with an emphasis on creating an environment in which animals are a welcome and integral part of our community. And whereas the Torrance Animal Control Program encourages responsible pet ownership by educating residents on the proper care of pets, the importance of pet licensing, vaccinations, and leashing dogs for animal and human safety. And whereas Torrance Animal Control provides essential community functions to protect the health and welfare of the public and all kinds of animals, including potentially dangerous animals, rescue animals, and wildlife. And whereas Torrance recognizes the animal control staff for the services they perform on a daily basis for the animals and the residents of our community, and for fulfilling the City of Torrance's commitment to providing dedicated customer service.
Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the week of April 10th through April 16th, 2022 as National Animal Care and Control Week in the City of Torrance, and I encourage the citizens of our community to support the efforts of the Animal Control Program and the important role it plays in keeping our community safe. Signed this 12th day of April, 2022. Vic, you have something to say?
Yes, on behalf of the Community Service Department and the Ranger Unit, we thank you guys all for your continued support and everything that you guys are doing for us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And you know, the animal control really has a tremendous percentage of returning of animals for those who are licensed. Almost 100% of those who are licensed. If your animal's not licensed, the percentage drops off considerably. So you're encouraged to have the correct shots for your animals and to have them licensed and to have them chipped too. That's another method to get your animals returned to you. And that's their major goal, is to get animals back to where they belong. Sometimes they get scared because of something that may have happened in the neighborhood. So thank you, Vic, for everything you and the whole team do over there. We appreciate it. Let's turn around and get a picture. Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is item 6C, is a Charlie, proclamation declaring April 22 as DMV Donate Life Month in the City of Torrance. Councilmember Ashcraft, would you read this proclamation for us, please?
Yes, thank you. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. And whereas more than 106,000 individuals nationwide and more than 20,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list. And on the average, 17 people die each day while waiting. The need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. And whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. Deceased organ donors saved more than 40,000 lives last year, the most ever. And whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical condition. Being a registered donor does impact the quality of life-giving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, DONE Vida California.org. And whereas California residents can also sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver's licenses or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit livingdonationcalifornia.org.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as DMV Donate Life Month in the city of Torrance. And in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV. Signed this 12th day of April 2022. I believe Ms. Tammy Rusnak, One Legacy Ambassador, will be on the call line.
I am. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Fury and council members, for your continued support of DMV Donate Life Month and recognizing the importance of organ, eye, and tissue donation in the community with this proclamation. As a recipient of living kidney donation, I am living proof that organ donation works. It gave me back my life. I wouldn't be here without the selfless act of my sister Tracy, who donated her kidney to me in 1986. So in addition to the key points that were stated in the proclamation, I just want to reaffirm that donation knows no age limits. Nearly 1/3 of all the deceased donors are age 50 or older. So again, people of all ages, medical histories, should consider themselves potential donors. And if it's in your heart to want to give the gift of life in your passing, then please register to be an organ donor. Organ donation represents the best in humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy, and thank you for being such a great advocate for DMV Donate Life. We certainly appreciate your efforts. We move on to the next item on the agenda is oral communication number 1, which is limited to a 15-minute period of time. It's 7:16, and we open up to the call center.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in the calls. Sheila B., you are now unmuted.
I'm the first person to go. Let's start this off with something that you should actually be talking about. How about I start with reminding you of the fact that Martin Luther King Jr. said, "I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's greatest stumbling block in the stride toward freedom is not the white citizens councilor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice." Does that ring familiar? Because that is each and every one of you stupid, sniveling cowards sitting in that dais, refusing to do basic things. You voted to not even have a survey of your residents to see if they wanted a civilian oversight commission. Are you that scared of the fact that people want what is right and you don't? I think that might be what it is. You are sniveling cowards. You are hiding from justice. You are hiding.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Again, I'm calling for the firing of the officers and the creation of a civilian oversight commission that is independent, not a council of yes men to the chief. When I sent my email today, as I do, I found myself doing what I just do anymore, listing the demands. And I found myself wanting to add another point to my list, that point being act ethically and responsibly in your role. And then what swept over me was a feeling of knowing and sadness based upon 3 years of watching your consistent response. I felt the deepest of sadness for you, about you. Your through-going pattern has been to not show up ethically or responsibly. And the more that we make our appeal or demand it, it doesn't matter how we approach it. We've tried everything humanly possible. Your response is to act unethically and irresponsibly. I just thought I would take this moment to point that out, because if you don't know, it's glaring. Black Lives.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. EJ, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I am all about Earth Day and aware that the planet is on fire, but I would never look to the Do Nothing Torrance City Council to add any value to protecting our planet. But how about we create and celebrate an Independent Civilian Oversight Commission Day? Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered. Implement an Independent Civilian Oversight Commission now to appropriately deliberate over your racist Torrance Police Department. You should want to make your city a safer place. You should want to make your police officers accountable when they kill community members within 15 seconds of approaching them. Fire the 3 officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Calamato. Do your jobs. Creating an Independent Civilian Oversight Commission is the least you can do to show your constituents that Black Lives Matter in Torrance. The community.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, thank you. Also calling in to uplift the demands to fire Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto for the heinous murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life mattered. We tell you every single week that his life matters, and it's despicable that you continue to listen to this week after week, that the public has to tell you during a public comment period, you know, what you need to do, what you should be doing of your own accord. You need to make racial justice a thing in the city of Torrance, California. We're no longer in whatever year it was when Torrance was a sundown town. It's 2022. Stop pretending that this didn't happen. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was a person, a real person. Black Lives Matter. And shame on you for having to be told this consistently for 3 years. Your reluctance is telling. You're all racist. You're all despicable human beings. Fire the officers and do better.
Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I, too, am calling to uplift the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, to demand that you fire the officers that killed him, and to demand that you create a civilian oversight committee. You've decided not to seek your citizens' input to give their input on a civilian oversight committee based on a number of fallacies and slanted arguments you used to hide behind. The grand jury's report didn't say that most cities in LA County not having a civilian oversight committee lets Torrance off the hook of creating one, which is how the police chief framed it. You've interpreted this as, well, if most LA County cities don't have one, then we don't need one. But the grand jury said the amount of cities in LA County that don't have these committees is very alarming. You can read it in the report yourself. I also find it unbelievable that even amidst everything, you've decided not to receive regular, consistent, frequent updates from the police chief, considering that a lot of your council members didn't even know the police department was under investigation by the California.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm also calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to demand that you listen to the voices of families who have lost loved ones to police murder and establish an independent civilian oversight commission to investigate police misconduct, brutality, and the racist, anti-Semitic, queerphobic, toxic culture that pervades the Torrance Police Department. We command that you fire all of the officers involved in the hateful, bigoted messaging scandal and prosecute all offending officers for hate crimes. We will not let you forget Matthew Concannon's text regarding the deposition he gave about the only shooting he's ever been involved in, which confirms his premeditated murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And I quote, "They believed our lies. Good job sticking to the script. LMAO, that's what they call a W." End quote. This is despicable and disturbing. Fire and prosecute murderous officers Anthony Chavez.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I, too, demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I demand that you fire Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto for Christopher's murder. Fire all officers involved in sending and receiving racist, anti-Semitic, queerphobic texts, and establish an independent civilian oversight commission to hold Torrance police accountable. On item 6C, while I fully support encouraging people to become organ donors, it's galling to hear you speak about the importance of organ donation and saving lives when your lack of response to Christopher's murder shows that you do not care about black lives. My partner of 10 years died waiting for kidney donation, and he was a black man who experienced harassment and criminalization by police while he was alive, which had a terrible impact on his health. You cannot claim to value black lives while supporting an institution that destroys them every single day. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I yield my time.
Moving on to the next caller. Jack B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now. Jack, are you still on the phone?
Yes. I'm a resident of Skyline Mobile Home Park, and we need a rent stabilization ordinance. Why is it that when people are in the most vulnerable times of their existence and their only real desire is to see the sunshine down on them again tomorrow, that the predatory LLCs like John Sanders LLC just pounce down on us and take it all away without even knowing or caring about our life stories? Stand by us and help us. Show us that somebody cares about more than the profit margin. LLCs have no heart. We do. LLCs have no feelings. We do. LLCs move on to their next venture.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Natalie B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I lift up every voice today that was speaking for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I, too, am calling to demand justice by demanding the firing of the officers involved in creating a civilian oversight. It is blasphemous to continue to start off this meeting in prayer and claiming to be under God and declaring justice for all. God is a God of justice for the oppressed. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell deserves justice. You all oppress the people's right to vote for a civilian oversight because of a power play. Just like God you claim to be under, you are here to serve the people. Allow the people to decide what they want for our community. It is not your job to protect the police. It is your job to serve the community. Let the people's voice be heard. Reintroduce the polling of a civilian oversight. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Moving on to the next caller. Carol G., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, it's Carol Gillis with the Torrance Theater Company. I want to thank everyone who showed up and watched Wait Until Dark, which was absolutely awesome in our downtown Torrance at 1316 Cabrillo. Our next show is called The Legend of Georgia McBride, and it sounds like a major winner. Oh my gosh, I don't want to read the whole thing, but it really says here, Casey aspired from his gig as an Elvis impersonator and a bar owner in a B-level drag show. He's going to replace his act. So this is going to be very adult. Do show up. Performances are May 13th to June 12th. Go to Torrance Theater Company, that's CRE, company spelled out, COMPANY.com, and order your tickets today. They're $30, and it's going to be lots of laughs. So come on to downtown Torrance and enjoy the fun. Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm a little bit confused, but also very happy that you guys find $960,000 and some change to finance the new police cruisers for our officers. I'm very happy because this way I can meet them at the beach, at Torrance Beach, you know, where they hanging out, and maybe because you're buying four-wheel drives, maybe we can go on the sand and get closer to the chicks, not from the parking lot. We can watch them from the sand. But anyway, so Pat Furry, when do you lie? When you go to meetings and you tell the city doesn't have money and the taxpayers has to vote for the tax hike, or you lie when you say we don't have money for police? And then we have $960,000 for cruisers, and we are retiring cruisers with.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Luke M., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to speak on 8E. It's about the 19 police cruisers as well. 960,000 is a lot, and I don't think that 19 may be necessary. Maybe if we did like 17, it would save the city $100,000. I'm sure with the budget and all this stuff that you guys are talking about, 20%, and ARM is talking about trying to get to that 20%. Let's do like 17 units. You know, save us $100,000, maybe 18 units, but I'm shooting for 17 units. So please take that in consideration when voting for 8E. And again, for the RC track, we just can't wait to meet with you guys. Thanks again.
That caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We are demanding that y'all establish an independent civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department and firing all the officers involved in the messaging scandal. Y'all talk about the environment. Black folks are disproportionately affected by environmental racism. That's historically happened. We are not going anywhere. Y'all continue to be undemocratic and not allow your own people in your town to vote on behalf of what needs to happen, what the people have already requested. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, this concludes the 15-minute period for oral communication number 1. Thank you.
Thank you much. We're now moving on to item 8, the consent calendar. Any council members wish to pull any items listed under consent calendar for separate discussion? Councilmember Walzer.
I have some questions on 8E.
8.
Edward.
Edward. Councilmember Chen.
8 Charlie, please.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar except for items 8E and 8C.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go alphabetical order. The first one is item 8C, from the police to appropriate and allocate 2020 citizens options for public safety grant funds, and Councilmember Chen pulled that one.
Thank you, Mayor. My question for staff is, maybe I could tell by some of the questions I've heard, there may be a little clarification we can just provide, because this says it's the funding for these requests, we receive something called a Citizens Option for Public Safety Grant. And these grant dollars could only be used for probably certain items. So, and then the other question I'll ask Chief is that, are these users going to lose it by a certain time that we have to use it? And if so, do we, use it all up by a certain time, then we request another grant? Because I think some folks may think that the grant dollars could be used elsewhere. I thought maybe we could have just a small clarification on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief Hart, Police Department. I'm going to bring up Senior Business Manager Jane Chung to answer the questions about the COPS grant and the allocations. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. Councilmember Chen, to answer your question, the COPS grant was established in 1996, and it has a pretty broad use of eligibility, mainly to provide funding to support frontline law enforcement operations, jails, and so on. And so, and it's funded via state revenue sources. So to answer your question about, sorry. Oh, okay. I thought that someone asked me a question. So to answer your question about the yearly allocation, the only requirement of the grant funding is that it's incurred by June of 2022, of which the money is allocated to the department for the use that are outlined in the staff report. And then in terms of the use of the funding, of how we determined what would be funded for this cycle of the grant, it's actually, we implemented something new this year where we evaluated each of the proposals based on a specific grading criteria, with the hopes that these proposals would advance the department's mission and goals. So we were trying to be very strategic in the way we're using these funds. And given that it is a grant cycle of a year, it is limited in that we can't use it for continuity of services. They're mostly used for one-time goods or purchases.
So if we did not use these funds by the end of this June, do we pretty much just lose it?
Oh no, I mean incurring it as in they'll be encumbered in the form of purchase orders, in the sense that it's saying that it's earmarked for these purposes, so that in the next fiscal year, starting 22-23, we can start actually purchasing the goods and implementing within the department.
Okay, maybe I didn't ask it.
Yes, Council,
right.
we have to use the funding, otherwise it won't be able to roll over to next year.
Yeah,
that was really what I was getting at, because
right.
I think sometimes, a lot of people don't understand that, to me, I use the term either you use it or lose it, and you got to use it or obligate it by the end of June.
Correct.
And it's not some kind of fund that we could say, oh, we're going to move this fund into another program outside of the police department. We have to use it for the areas that's needed. So I just want to make sure that our public is aware of that. So these are, we call it colors of money. If it's given to us color purple, it's got to use it on purple items. You can't use it on green items. Thank you. That's all the question I had. No one else has questions.
Anybody else have any questions? If not, I'll take a motion to approve.
I move to approve item 8, Charlie. Thank you.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next item is item 8E as in Edward, from General Services and Police to authorize purchase order for the cooperative purchase of 19 Ford Police Interceptors. Councilmember Walzer.
It's more a matter of some questions. I fully support any type of modernization and replacement and maintenance properly of our vehicles for the police department as well as all. The only question I really bring up, it's close to $1 million. Our budget situation is tight. So my question is, how necessary is it to do all of them, part of them, or wait some time too?
Chief Hart, Police Department, thank you for the question. When it comes to the vehicles, we've had some similar challenges society has right now with just trying to acquire vehicles. Initially, the police department was trying to go for hybrid vehicles, and because of supply chain issues, we're unable to get those. And the vendor just recently, Ford just recently said that they're going to stop even selling these vehicles right now, so we're trying to purchase them for the police department. The vehicles themselves are one of the most strategic components for patrol. for them to be in the field for respond for services. And when they start to get beyond their life cycle and taken out of service, it directly impacts public safety. Because of the way we do police work, if police officers get into a pursuit, there's usually 3 vehicles involved. Those 3 vehicles need to be taken out of service, sent to general services to be inspected because of the dynamics of what they go through before they get put back out in the field. And if we don't have vehicles, we won't be able to put police officers out in the field. From talking with staff, you know, the assessment is with the current state of the vehicles that we have and the importance of these vehicles for the mission of patrol, we really need to move forward to get these vehicles for officers so they can be in the field.
Along that line, obviously the whole economic market for vehicles is at an all-time high. So I don't know if there's an advantage to waiting, or do we have a contractual situation where this is a good price considering current economics in vehicles?
Adam Chaparro, City Manager, I believe the General Services on board, but we have an opportunity to purchase these vehicles now, Councilman, and with the, as Chief mentioned, with the supply shortages, if we were to wait, the chances are the prices will increase. And I know during the pandemic, we were, due to additional coverage with our staffing, we're putting a lot of miles on these vehicles. And
One thing I'll add for these vehicles, it was only by staff's work in general services that they were able to find a vendor that has vehicles right now to sell. They said to us last week, we will not hold these for you. So if you could, you know, if this gets through your processes, we still have them, we'll sell them to you. But we're going to sell these right away. So even right now, we hope that those vehicles are still available for us.
And I authorized the item to be added after agenda was posted, so we didn't miss this opportunity to purchase. And this is probably about less than half of our fleet will be cycling through.
Councilman, a couple points to add. This is Sheila Pasan, Finance Director. In terms of the procurement process, we did go through the proper lines. This is going through a cooperative purchase, so we do, at this point, this is the best price we can get. Another thing to note is that the vehicle price has only increased about $2,000 per vehicle since 2020. So given how much inflation has increased, this appears to be a good opportunity. And then on your question about the replacement and the budget. The budget for this is already included and funded in the Fleet Services Replacement Fund. So it's not necessarily coming out of the current year's revenues. It's already been set aside in previous years.
I'm aware that it was probably reserves were set aside for it, and you've set aside my questions, and I support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Since you pulled the item, I was going to ask this on the side later on, but I definitely support this. We definitely need the best possible deal. I've been shopping around myself for a car. It's like, wow, 6 months to a year wait on most vehicles. So this is definitely a great opportunity. I have a question about the vehicles that we're actually replacing. I would imagine, I think in the past we said that they either go to auction or to get donated to other agencies and stuff like that. Correct me if I'm wrong on that point. I thought maybe as a traffic slowing down measure, we can maybe hold on to some of these vehicles and use them as, I don't want to call them props, but maybe like decoys, or park them around town. I'll even donate a spot in front of my house to slow down traffic as they zoom by 100 plus miles per hour. Yeah, but yeah, definitely self-serving. Yeah, for sure. Well, for the good of the neighborhood. I mean, is there a way that we can maybe hold on to some of these vehicles, since I would imagine the abuse that they get throughout their cycle is, I mean, tremendous on these vehicles. Can we hang on to them and keep the decals on them, keep the lights on them, and maybe park them around town to slow down some of the traffic? Because I definitely hit the brakes when I see a police officer.
Yeah. I would have to ask General Services to come up and speak to some of the finer nuances of how we sell those cars and what we do with the money from those funds back into the budget to see if that's a possibility. I haven't been involved in any conversations with that. Do you have some insight? Great, thank you.
I do know there's some cities, like Redondo Beach has a few around town. I definitely hit the brakes because I don't want to take my chances.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jason Bodier, General Services. These vehicles can be retained if that would be of interest to the council for any variety of purposes, whether that would be for what we call second life use as reserve vehicles for the fleet, or for some other purpose, as Councilman Matucci has referred to. If they are not held on to, just like all other city vehicles that are considered surplus or obsolete, we would strip them down of the equipment and logos and any vehicles that can have equipment that can be reused. We would also remove those items. One issue we might have with continued service is that we would need some of the existing equipment off of these vehicles to outfit the next purchase to try to minimize our costs there. So they may not be completely fully functional patrol units, but they could still serve potentially some other purpose in the community.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if we can keep the logos on them, even just the logos itself, even if we have to use the light bars, I think it would slow people down. I mean, there's areas to where it's like a racetrack around town. And I think this might be a very inexpensive way of slowing down traffic while we figure out other ways of slowing down traffic.
Councilman, we can explore
Yeah.
the opportunity. We have to be mindful of any perceived law enforcement presence, if it's a matter of a decoy vehicle, if it's not in the purpose of patrol, so the false sense of presence. But let us go back and assess if there's an opportunity where we can, perhaps more in, I know in other communities, and I know we've used this too, in shopping centers and such during busy times, there's a vehicle there for that very purpose, and not sure if we can put them on a street for speed enforcement. If that's an option, we'll definitely explore it.
Yeah.
And if we can, we'll retain as many as
I
we
would
can.
probably research what other cities are doing. Like Redondo Beach, I know for a fact does have them. They have one over there on Camino Real at the church, because everybody coming up that hill, they're flying, and they definitely hit the brakes when they see that car.
We'll explore.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Torrance residents, you all heard that? So when you're in Redondo Beach, don't worry about that one. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve.
I move that we authorize the purchase order for the cooperative purchase of 19 Ford police interceptors.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to administrative matters, and we're going to take this out of order and call number 9K, as in Kate, first. That's from the city attorney for the appointment of a deputy city attorney 2. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This is probably the best part of my job, is promoting my employees that are doing well. Just want to give a little overview of Brandon. He's a local guy, went to North High. I won't hold that against him. He also graduated from UCI and Chapman University School of Law. He has been with our office on and off for years. He was a law clerk in 2012 and 2013 in a criminal prosecution division. He was a volunteer prosecutor back for office for a couple months in 2014. He then went into private practice, got some civil litigation and family law experience before moving on to the DA's office, where he served as a felony trial prosecutor from 2016 to 2017 when we stole him and brought him to our office in January 2018. He's been assigned to our criminal prosecution division since then. He's written and successfully argued numerous trial motions and completed 16 jury trials in his time here. Most notably, he actually researched and wrote and successfully got 3 appellate briefs done on a novel issue of law, which was whether DUIs were eligible for judicial diversion. And he actually wrote 3 of those. It got upheld by the Court of Appeals to the point that other DAs around the state were asking for copies of his brief. So actually, he made law, which is great, and obviously made our community safer because of that. And due to his knowledge and experience while he's been in the office, he's served as our primary trainer for our new prosecutors in the office. So I happily recommend to the council that they appoint Brandon to the position of Deputy City Attorney 2.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Brandon, do you have a burning need to talk to us? Give us a closing argument, please.
This is probably the most important closing argument of his life.
As Patrick said, I've been around for a long time now. We have I was a law clerk for 2 semesters. I came back to volunteer because I just like this position so much for whatever reason, and I would even pop my head in to City Hall every once in a while, just so Patrick wouldn't forget me. I think that finally worked after 4 years. About 4 years, that finally worked. So I was hired in 2018. As he said, I was born and raised here, graduated from North High. I take a tremendous amount of pride in my job, doing this for the city of Torrance. I bring that with me to work every day, prosecution, and hopefully one day civil, working upstairs with you all. And that's it. As Patrick said, it's been fun, and it's all been working towards this point right now. So I would appreciate it.
I can truthfully say I've seen you so many times coming back and forth from the courthouse, dragging your files with you on a regular basis, and you still got a smile on your face, always say hello, and I know sometimes the drudgery of doing trial work is not that easy. So I'm really happy for you, happy for the office, happy for our city. I have to ask if there's anybody in the call center. You can sit down, Brandon.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Call center, do we have any callers?
Yes, transferring the calls now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy and to see a new attorney appointed, and I urge you to appoint him because we need attorney, and he's already knows an in and out of our city's system. And last meeting, I saw that that 39 lawsuits you guys facing. We need attorneys by the dozen because God cannot save you from paying of millions of dollars for all these cases what you're going to lose in the future. So please hire him. We need good attorneys, and he looks like a good guy. I trust Mr. Sullivan. If he recommends it, I do too. Thank you. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Joe W., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I hope this new attorney that's being recommended by Sullivan actually knows the law better than Sullivan, because apparently Sullivan has advised Mayor Pat Fury that Government Code 6254.21 allows Fury to demand that the city redact information, specifically his home address and his phone number, from the city council official records. I hope Patrick Sullivan knows, and I hope Fury knows, that that case currently has a federal injunction against the enforcement of that law, but that didn't prevent the city of Torrance from illegally, unlawfully redacting that information from their city cable site. So hopefully this new attorney and Sullivan can both read the federal injunction against Government Code 6254.21, and we can allow free speech back to our city council meetings and not violate the Brown Act and the California Public Records Law. So re-up on your law, fellas.
Okay, thank you for staying on so long. We probably know who you are now.
The caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there are no more callers for item 9K. Thank you.
Since there's no further callers, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of our city attorney.
Mayor, I move to concur with the recommendation of our city attorney to appoint Brandon Gonzak to the position of Deputy City Attorney 2.
Second. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Brandon, you want a photo? Sure. Come on down. Come on, guys. Brandon, you're in the middle.
In the middle, okay.
Sullivan over there. We queue up the way we sit.
He's button, we all button.
Yeah, you got it buttoned up. Take it eye straight. It's a posterity shot here. What are you laughing at? You'll be up there next.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
City Attorney staff.
You gotta get Lena up here.
Come on.
Too. I get Lena up here.
Come on.
It's my sister, if everybody didn't know.
Jocelyn, you're never in the back row. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman.
I just found out Lena was your sister.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back on the calendar and with item 9A, from city manager to appropriate funds, award consulting services agreement to provide interim housing services for Torrance temporary housing program, and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement. From staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Viet Huang with the City Manager's Office. This evening, staff is going to use a presentation in our recommendation to your honorable body to award a contract to Harbor Interfaith Services, Inc. of San Pedro, California, to provide interim housing services related to the Torrance Temporary Housing Program. Next slide, please. And this evening's presentation will start off by looking at the background or the overview of the Torrance Temporary Housing Program and how it came to be. I'll provide you a little bit background of the RFP process that we used, and then we'll spend some time looking at specific reasons why the evaluation team noted Harbor Interfaith Services and why they rated them as such that we're now bringing it to your honorable body with our recommendation to award Harbor Interfaith Services with a contract. In addition, during that time, we will hear from a representative from Harbor Interfaith Services to talk a little bit more about next steps associated with interim housing. And then we'll hear from Assistant City Manager Danny Santana with an update on site preparation and construction. And we'll wrap it up with some recurring concerns that we've heard from the community as well as your honorable body, at which time the police chief will join me as well. Next slide, please. And by the way, Zalma Gent, who is actively involved with homelessness, who is often our face of outreach, she's in the call center. She will be completely available by phone, though. She's just not present because she is in our call center. So just as a little note about the background of about our temporary housing program, March 16th of last year, during a presentation from city staff, giving your honorable body an update about the city's efforts related to homelessness. At the conclusion of staff's presentation, your honorable body directed staff to return at a future meeting with 3 things. Number 1 is a homelessness plan. Number 2 is a proposal for temporary housing program. And number 3 is an update to the city's anti-camping ordinances. On on June 22nd of last year, city staff did bring all 3 items back. And specific to the temporary housing program, your honorable body did authorize staff to move forward and activate the Torrance Civic Center grounds as a temporary housing site for a pilot period of 12 months. During that direction from your honorable body, you also did provide direction that city staff is to continue looking for other viable alternate sites, which staff continues doing to this day. Since your honorable body gave staff direction on June 22nd, a number of actions have been happening from staff's part. First, staff continues to actively seek funding and secure funding related to all aspects of the program, anywhere from looking for operations funds to looking for funds and securing funds to actually acquire the units and costs associated with site preparation and construction. Staff has actually completely completed the site design, and we are actively now in construction. And the specific recommendation to your honorable body tonight is what we've been doing for the last few weeks, which is we have issued an RFP to identify an operator for this site. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, the goals of a temporary housing program are a few in number. First, it's to offer 24/7 housing stability for people experiencing homelessness. One of the questions that staff has been receiving quite regularly from the community is, what's the difference between this program and what an emergency shelter does? So that's a question I wanted to make sure we address right at the start. Just as a reminder, when we talk about emergency shelter, in our area, we tend to think of 2 types of emergency shelter. Number 1 is emergency shelter related to inclement weather. So that's something we see in Southern California. Los Angeles County has a number of emergency shelters related to weather, whether it's rain or cold weather. It's a temporary site that people can have for temporary housing to keep them out of inclement weather. The second type of emergency shelter that sometimes we think about is shelter that you see in larger cities. So these shelters only have people overnight. Typically, you have to be in by a certain time. You get to stay overnight there, and then you must leave by a certain time in the morning. Those emergency shelter programs typically are not complemented by support services. Some do, but most of the time they are just literally an overnight place to stay. That's not the kind of shelter or program that the city is proposing. What we're talking about is interim housing, and specific to that, it's 24/7 shelter, meaning people experiencing homelessness stay there for 24/7 on a temporary basis. In addition, it's also coupled with case management and support services. And the goal is to move people to permanent housing. So it's temporary housing 24/7 with the intent to help them find permanent housing. Now, when we talk about permanent housing, it can look in different forms. Number 1, which is the one that we think is most practical, is reunification. Who better to help you than your family when you're experiencing homelessness? So number 1 is reunification. Other forms of permanent housing could also be permanent supportive housing. So those are for individuals who might have a permanent housing situation and who may need several months or several years of additional support services. And number 3 is housing subsidies. So it might be a housing voucher of some sort that helps people pay their monthly rent. So when we talk about permanent housing, those are some examples of types of permanent housing that our program has the goal of moving people to, from interim housing to permanent housing. Key to our program is what we refer to as a housing plan. And it's fundamental because when you're in our interim program and you're staying and experiencing housing stability 24/7, we want to move you towards permanent housing, which means you have to have a housing plan, one that's been created by a professional who understands this industry as well as understand the resources that are available to you. If we were to look broadly at a program like this, we would probably say that our hope is that someone can transition from homelessness to permanent housing in the 3 to 6 month time frame. The caveat that staff always wants to make sure our community is aware of is there are a number of factors that impact that 3 to 6 month time frame. The 2 most important factors, number 1 is homelessness is unique as the individual. So every person has their own services that they need. Not everyone follows the same path towards permanent housing. Some people will need more time than others. The second is housing availability. If we want to move them to permanent housing, we have to be able to find permanent housing solutions. And those are the two barriers that could possibly result in people being in the program longer. Again, our goal in moving to this is to find ways to move people to permanent housing in 3 to 6 months, but we want to always be realistic with our community about other factors. Next slide, please. The RFP process for our recommendation tonight followed similarly with other RFP processes that the city uses. The RFP was publicly posted from January 24th through February 14th. In addition, city staff reached out personally to 17 different potential vendors. And the 17 potential vendors we reached out to, we all have a relationship with, meaning that we've worked with them in some capacity when it comes to homelessness, or they were a referral to someone we currently work with. So they all come from the industry that we reached out to them. Ultimately, staff received 3 proposals: Harbor Interfaith Services, the Midnight Mission, and Equitable Social Solutions. The evaluation team ended up reviewing all 3 submissions and interviewed the Midnight Mission and Harbor Interfaith Services. Equitable Social Solutions submitted a proposal that far exceeded the budget, so we did not move forward in considering them in an interview process. Next slide, please. I want to take a minute and highlight what the evaluation team noted when we did interview Harbor Interfaith Services, which is how we arrived at our recommendation tonight. First thing that the evaluation team noted was Harbor Interfaith's experience with interim housing projects. Currently, Harbor Interfaith Services operates 2 interim housing projects in San Pedro. Both are congregate housing situations. And so they run a total of 140 beds in those 2 different sites in San Pedro. What really piqued our interest is that they run a non-congregate site in the city of Redondo Beach, and they've been doing so since December of 2020. The reason why that piqued our interest the most is the site at Redondo Beach looks a lot like the site that we are proposing here. It's non-congregate shelter, meaning that there's individual units, and it's coupled with support services, case management, and housing navigation. Second criteria that the evaluation team noted is Harbor Interfaith's regional understanding of homelessness. Harbor Interfaith Services serves as the lead agency to the coordinated entry system. The simplest way for me to describe what the coordinated entry system is it's a no wrong door approach to helping people experiencing homelessness. So in the case of Harbor Interfaith Services, they serve the 27 cities and neighborhoods right in our immediate area, and they serve people experiencing homelessness, whether it's a youth, an individual adult, a family, a veteran, or someone experiencing domestic violence. They serve them either with their own Harbor Interfaith staff or someone that subcontracts with Harbor Interfaith Services. So that's the concept of coordinated entry system. Specifically, the evaluation team noted Harbor Interfaith's regional experience as well as their knowledge of the resources. Because they work with the 27 cities in the area and because they're the lead agency, we felt like they knew the resources just a little bit better. Third criteria is that they have a depth of understanding of homelessness right here in Torrance. Since February of 2021, they have provided us with 1 contract outreach worker. Her name is Valerie. We've brought her name up to your honorable body several times. She's been providing outreach services for us. And because of that, we feel that Harbor Interfaith understands homelessness specific to Torrance. In addition, the outcomes that Valerie has been able to achieve are in line with what the city expected. Valerie, in her 12 months, has been able to attain permanent housing for 13 individuals, and an additional 14 have been identified for a program and are pending application for that program or are pending assignment to an available unit, meaning that they were accepted into a program and now we're just looking for an available unit. Lastly, a criteria point was that Harbor Interfaith did submit the lowest bid among the 3 vendors. And as you'll note in the item, thanks to our finance department, they did catch a small calculation error that Harbor Interfaith did on their spreadsheet. Even with the adjustment to that, the budget error, they are still the lowest bidder. Next slide, please. At this time, I'm pleased to introduce who is joining us by phone, Sherry Weaver, who is representing Harbor Interfaith Services tonight to cover the next few slides. Sherry has been with Harbor Interfaith Services since 2001, and her specific experience with the City of Torrance, she serves as the director of the Coordinated Entry System, and she works with us directly in our meetings where we bring together the regional partners to discuss our approach when it comes to homelessness, to make sure that we're not duplicating services, and to identify the best resource to help us with our specific situation. Sherry?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for having me tonight. I'd like to first start by thanking you for your leadership in developing solutions to address homelessness in the City of Torrance. So for our implementation plan, we'll start out with site logistics. We want to become familiar with the site layout to develop the security post orders and ensure that health and safety protocols are prioritized. The program itself, we will initiate work on developing a draft policy and procedure manual specific to the City of Torrance interim housing program immediately upon contract execution. Developing a wait list. So as Viet had mentioned, we do have an outreach staffer that is currently working in the City of Torrance, and as we speak, preparing a list of clients to move into the interim housing project. We will also fold in other outreach teams that we work and collaborate with in the area and add additional lists of names as appropriate. Once all the units are filled, we will update and prioritize the wait list on a monthly basis. Purchase of startup equipment. This includes staff furniture, technology, computers, printers, refrigeration to store resident medication, as well as an outdoor eating area, custodial supplies, equipment, etc. And then 30 days prior to opening, we will post the positions that we do have available. This will consist of first looking within our organization for staff that are qualified and interested in the opening, as well as posting positions online. And then if need be, if all positions are not filled, we also work with the temp agency to fill any remaining openings until full-time staff are secured. Next slide, please. So this is our staffing levels. We've got our program manager, of course, intake coordinator, case manager. One of the things that we did in our proposal is we eliminated just an intake manager and created a hybrid position. Once the interim housing project is initially filled, we anticipate new residents entering at a gentler rate, so either one of the case managers or program manager can do intakes of new residents. The custodian and maintenance, we've added more custodial service to ensure that we have coverage 7 days a week during the day and evening shifts. We will have custodians on a staggered shift schedule, so we'll have either 1 to 2 staff there daily from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then as far as the resident aides, and they are the direct support to both the intake coordinator, case manager, and program managers. We will have 1 during the day and then 2 during the evening, so that'll be the early evening shift. And then for the graveyard shift or the evening shift, we've actually increased it to 2. Our thought process is that we've decreased the resident aides during Monday through Friday day shift. With the program manager and other site staff on site, we felt that we could reduce that amount and make sure that we have 2 when there's less staff on site during the evening and graveyard shifts. And then security services, we wanted to ensure that we are operating not only a safe site, but also to making sure that the outside perimeter and area is free from loitering or any other kind of nuisances that could come from running this kind of operation. So we are going to be working with our vendor, who is Black Knight Patrol. We will have 2 security officers per shift, 24/7, and we feel this is the best option for this site. Next slide, please. And then just some of the programs for this site that will be offered to each and every one of the residents. We have a long-standing relationship with the LA County Department of Mental Health. We will work closely with referrals to the Torrance Clinic. And then we also work very closely with the Hope Outreach team. So individuals that can't necessarily make it to a clinic will have those resources come to the site and have them directly connected. LA County Department of Health Services will provide ongoing COVID vaccines and testing, and they've been crucial through the past 2 years of our operation at site. LA County Department of Public Social Services will assist with enrollment in cash aid and food stamp benefits, and if necessary, Medi-Cal healthcare insurance. Volunteers from the faith community. We have a long-standing relationship with the faith community. In fact, they were the founders of our organization. They will help us in procure donations of hygiene items, laundry detergent, even hosting social events for residents once COVID protocols allow us to do this safely. South Bay Workforce Investment Board speaks for itself: life skills training, job search, and workplace preparedness. Venice Family Clinic, the goal there will be to provide all residents with a health assessment at minimum, assign this clinic as their primary care provider, and then also enrollment in health care benefits. The idea there is that we can reduce the recidivism of individuals going in and out of emergency rooms at major hospitals. And then last but not least is our referrals to outside resources as needed. So anything that we identify during the course of our case management, we have a variety of partnerships and resources through the coordinated entry system that we can either provide a connection or referral to, and that includes transportation to that site. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Sherry. Staff does have a few more slides, and at the end, Sherry will still remain on the line for your honorable body's questions. Next slide, please. Funding for the 12-month pilot period is being provided entirely through the permanent local housing allocation. And in a nutshell, in 2017, the California legislature approved of the Building Homes and Jobs Act, which created a $75 recording fee for certain real estate transactions. 70% of this money collected has gone into the permanent local housing allocation, and there are certain eligible activities that cities and communities can engage in that would make them eligible for use of these PLHA funds. All of the items within the scope of the RFP for the operator are eligible items within PLHA. On October 26th of last year, your honorable body did approve a city's 5-year plan for use of PLHA funds. 2 days later, staff submitted an application, and I'm pleased to say in January of this year, we learned that our application was approved for $1,135,000. And we are currently waiting for a contract from the state to enter an agreement with them. In May of this year, we anticipate that we'll be able to apply for the remaining $420,928, which then will cover the first 12 months of operations during the pilot period. Again, because this was a pilot program that your honorable body did approve, we are aware that we need to come back to your honorable body should your honorable body choose to extend the program. In the meantime, staff is still aggressively exploring funding options. Just in the event that your honorable body does approve of the extension, we want to make sure that we try to use funds that are not the city's general funds as much as possible for the operations of this site. At this point, I'd like to introduce Assistant City Manager Danny Santana, who will give you an update about site preparation.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Next slide, please. Visible on the screen is an aerial of the approved location with permanent pavement markings, that outline the structure placements and the trench line locations. The layout has been designed to be informed from site visits and operator discussions with other similar activations. What we learned from those experiences is, in order to keep operating costs down, you need to have on-site provisions to achieve that. That means having permanent utility connections to the temporary structures. One of the unique advantages of this location is it provides just that from a sewer and a water capacity. Improvements have been made from a from a gas line, and additional improvements are necessary from a power supply. The finalized design is within the council-approved footprint, the council-directed number of tiny homes, without additional impacts to the general fund, thanks in large part to close coordination with Supervisor Hahn, her team, and LA County CEO's office. Next slide, please. So since the council's award to Pallet on January 25th, an interdepartmental team from Community Development, General Services, Public Works, Community Services, and the City Manager's Office, to name a few, have been working to finalize all aspects of on-site design, which has been completed, as well as plan check and permits were issued. On-site construction has commenced. Currently, the site is within the trenching and utility conduit work phase. Next step is to complete that work, backfill, and complete the pavement patching, which would allow for the temporary structures to start to be received at the location, assembled, and then hardwired into those permanent infrastructure connections. Related to power, there is a need for SCE service upgrade based on the accommodation and incorporation of those additional ancillary services on the site. That work has, within Civic Center Drive, has been closely coordinated with Southern SoCal Edison staff. The design has been completed, and coordination is underway with the Public Works Department to advance any work within Civic Center. As previously mentioned, this work will be covered by the additional award, thanks in close part to the coordination with Supervisor Hahn's office. Staff expects that in early May will return with an accept and appropriate that will cover all the associated expenses. Next slide, please. Additionally, since the Pallet Award, staff has been closely coordinating with representatives from the Judicial Council of California, the 70% owner of the facility immediately east of the activation site, and had a site walk with the Superior Court and Alley County representatives. There was a number of discussions that took place, including an overview of the site location, on-site facilities, operational elements, and security provisions. One of the follow-ups is the county team is reviewing a submittal by staff, city staff, as to additional security fencing increases that can take place at the site, which are currently being reviewed by their team. Once we receive back some additional input and some field suggestions that were noted by the city staff, those considerations will be reviewed internally with our police department and our general services team to make sure that we implement the most secure and most advantageous for city assets as well. Along the lines of security, at this point, I'll be transitioning to Chief Hart. Police Chief Jay Hart.
Thank you. Jay Hart, Chief of Police. Next slide, please. So to start off, as already mentioned, there will be 2 security guards on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who will be responsible for the interior of the pallet shelter and for maintaining the rules inside the shelter itself. The shelter will also come with the community rules of the curfew hours from right now 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. That's where we're currently at. And that will also be enforced by the security guards on site for that location. The next step that has been in progress, you see up there is the police department developing an operations plan for when the pallet shelter is up and running. A lot of questions that the police department has been getting is, what does it look like? When does that start, and what is the police department going to do? Obviously, the police department has a part in this homeless plan, and it's an important part. So when it comes to what the police department is going to do with the operations plan to date, it's important as the chief of police to let everybody know that the direction I've been giving staff is that we will follow constitutional policing, which guarantees the rights of all people, the residents of the city of Torrance who lives in homes, and also the people on our streets. I've also been talking and directing staff that our plan will be rolled out when the shelter opens, where the police department will show compassion. It was just recently in the last week that even the governor of California said letting people just live on the streets is not compassion. We have to do something, and that's what the police department will do in this part. As I talked about, I've directed staff that will be strategic on our approach. To date, we have visited several shelters and police departments that have programs up and running, such as Redondo, City of Harbor City, Baldwin Park, Riverside, and Montebello, to get best practices from them and steps on what has worked when they rolled out their anti-camping ordinance specifically, because that's where a lot of the focus comes with the police department with the anti-camping ordinance. I think it's very important to point out that when it comes to homelessness right now in the city of Torrance and the impact with the current conditions faced to our community and the police department, since January to yesterday, the police department's responded to 698 calls related to people who are homeless in the city of Torrance. Each of those calls on average takes 1 to 2 hours worth of time. So you can do the math on how many hours In the field, our police officers are being diverted from other activities just to deal with the homeless problem in the city of Torrance. I think it's also important to point out some of the, boots on the ground truth of what they're experiencing every day. This last week on Sunday, a known person who is homeless, who has told our officers he is service resistant, went into a major retailer store. He was identified as being someone who shoplifts a lot, and when he was confronted by security, he used bear spray to attack them. The police department has since identified that person and arrested them. That same day, we had TFD responded to outside the mall regarding a fire. The police department responded. They identified the person who was unhoused who started a fire outside our mall. Luckily, the fire department was able to put that out. But that was another person who is known to the police department and who said they're service resistant. On Wednesday, we had some people call that says it looked like there was somebody who was unhoused looking in cars. Police officer responded. They found two people. One of them dropped a Glock magazine. The other person had a handgun, and they had narcotics on them. These are people known to the police department who have said they are service resistant. On Saturday, multiple units responded to a house at 2 in the morning of a woman who said she woke up and saw somebody inside. The police department responded, set up containment. They located the person and arrested them. They are a known transient who said they've been service resistant. Homelessness is a problem in the city of Torrance. Our experience is we have people who are saying that they are open to services, and we have people that say they are resistant to services. When the pallet shelter is open, the anti-camping ordinance will be enforced by the police department to those people who are service resistant. I'd like to kind of explain it as a cycle. Right now, our police officers and our CLO team are going out into the field. They're contacting people who are unhoused, and they're trying to give them transitional services if they want them, and connecting them where they can. When the pallet shelter is open, the next step will be if they refuse services, they will be arrested for the anti-camping ordinance. Now, I want to be clear on what that is because I think there's some confusion here. You have arrest with citations and arrest with booking. Arrest means you're arrested for the anti-camping ordinance and you are given a ticket in the field. There's a citation to appear before a judge and usually have about 60 days to do that. And then there's an arrest with a booking. An officer comes across somebody who's at a park and they don't want to go to the pallet shelter and there's an opening. If they don't have ID, if they have other warrants and we can't release them in the field, they will be taken to the jail for booking and with zero bail release with the citation. So, because some people have said Chief Hart doesn't want to arrest people that violate the anti-camping ordinance. That is not true and that is not a compassionate approach. So we will continue to identify the people who are unhoused in the city. When the pallet shelter is open, we will offer them a place if there's a place available, and if not, the police officers will enforce the anti-camping ordinance. That is what's going to be included with the increased patrols with full activation. And we've also heard from the community, especially around the area where the pallet shelter is, and was talked about a little bit about the fears of loitering. So we do have a municipal code where people are not allowed to loiter around this area. We will also use police officers to check the area. They'll have to get out of their cars and walk around on their feet. And to also make their job a little bit easier, we can leverage our drone technology to do routine patrols around the area to answer those concerns from our nearby community of people loitering, hiding in bushes, so we can identify where those people are and offer them services. But I do want to be very clear. The police department has listened to the council and the community about the anti-camping ordinance, and we will follow constitutional policing with compassion, and we will enforce the anti-camping ordinance when the pallet shelter is open. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Next slide, please. Another recurring concern that we've heard is how will you prioritize people experiencing homelessness right in Torrance? So again, we already have an outreach team. In addition to Valerie Zolmagent, who's on our phone line right now, regularly go out and they try to connect with people. They identify individuals who are interested in interim housing. Most important to us is that they're actually making steps towards attaining permanent housing. In other words, they're engaged in some form of a housing plan. So we're already making a wait list. We have 20 individuals on that. And just as a point of clarification, that number is subject to fluctuate at any point. Even though they may have indicated they're open to interim housing now, we are still trying to move forward with finding them resources that potentially they may attain permanent housing. So that number fluctuates over time. Most important to us is our outreach workers have access to an HMIS, a homeless management information system. So when we do identify someone who's experiencing homelessness, who is interested in accepting services, we need to check with our HMIS database to see if they're working with another community, with another outreach worker there. We need to see the history on them because that allows us to prioritize those who are actually experiencing homelessness in Torrance. So that's the importance of the HMIS. In addition to it, staff is actively seeking funding so that we can always have outreach workers. Outreach workers are our best way to have a connection to people experiencing homelessness, to figure out their background and make sure that they're the right people who are actually seeking services and not service resistant, as the chief mentioned before, and are ready to take the next steps towards permanent housing. Next slide, please. Another question or a point I brought up earlier is our concern about what happens if they get stuck in this pipeline. What if they're in interim housing and they can't actually find permanent housing? Something that the City of Torrance and the South Bay City's Council of Governments is doing is reaching out to landlords to help provide information about housing vouchers. South Bay COG started that process recently, and our housing authority has committed to doing the same by reaching out to our own landlords and helping them understand what housing vouchers are, the benefits that may come with accepting housing vouchers. In addition, we're always looking for any programs that are out there. Our most recent one that we shared with you back in December is emergency housing vouchers. The city received 33 as a part of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. And I'm pleased to say 7 have been leased and housed through it. An additional 7 have been issued and they're searching for available units. And 26 minus 7 is how many we have that are currently unleased. 19, sorry. 19 are completely unleased at this time. The benefit of the EHV is that we can actually use them all throughout LA City or LA County. So Sherry Weaver explained it best to me by saying if someone in our interim units is open to another community, we can contact that community and ask if they have an EHV available, and that can be used for the person experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps? Should our honorable body approve of staff's recommendation, we will actually go into agreement with Harbor Interfaith Services immediately. And we're anxious to do so because we would like to give Harbor Interfaith Services the most amount of time to develop an implementation plan. The implementation plan is what Sherry Weaver described earlier as all the elements that go into the operations. Of course, we'll fully implement the plan from May 16th all the way to opening date. We anticipate that we will complete site preparation by June 6th with delivery of the housing units and accessory units from Pallet the week of June 6th. We think all ancillary pre-activation elements will be complete by June 26th. And we believe that we can have a ribbon cutting and community events the week of June 27th. The idea of community events is to give our community a chance to check out the units, ask questions of the operator and of staff. And our hope is by June 30th, we'll actually be able to perform intake with the first temporary resident. Last slide, please. Our recommendation for your honorable body tonight is to appropriate $1,555,998 from the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant to a grant project and to award a consulting services agreement to Harbor Interfaith Services and the same amount to provide interim housing services, and to authorize the city manager as the city's signatory for this agreement. And staff is available for any questions, as well as Sherry Weaver, Chief Hart, and Danny Santana.
Thank you all for the great presentation. We have a number of questions popping up already. Councilmember Matucci is first up.
Yeah, actually, it's not much of a question, but more of a praise. I got to say, I am so proud of you guys. I mean, staff, PD, the fire, you guys all came together to put this plan together. I mean, yeah, we voted on it, and but it really, all the nuts and bolts really came from you guys. They took what, we're 2.5 years into this, since those initial steps, and it's evolved into really a textbook plan. I mean, something that other cities may eventually adopt and duplicate. I commend also Chief Hart for your stance on the anti-camping ordinance. I think compassionate enforcement is the way to go. We do have to be compassionate towards our unhoused residents in the city. I mean, there's no doubt about that, but we do need to protect our residents, and I think this is the best way to protect them is by actually enforcing the laws, and I really commend you for taking that stance.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I think they're for Ms. Weaver, if she's still on the line.
Sherry, are you still on the line?
Sure.
Thank you. This is Councilwoman Ashcraft. First question is about the Venice Family Clinic. How does that work? I know that our fire department has had an increase in calls for unhoused individuals, and since Venice Family Clinic is not next door, when someone needs help, how does that work?
Sherry?
Our staff does provide transportation to the clinics. We just want to make sure that they're getting baseline health services, which most of the times they weren't getting prior to, and to avoid the use of paramedics or having people going to emergency rooms only. So we are going to try to get them set up as their appointed primary care physician, get them health care benefits, and get them a baseline health assessment once they enter the site.
Great, thank you. Next question and last question from me is, what have you learned since you have been providing the temporary housing program in Redondo Beach? What have you learned there that we're going to benefit from?
I think first and foremost, knowing that none of this is easy when you're dealing with individuals that have a variety of disabling conditions. But I think, the tenacity of our team, the fact that we don't give up even in the most difficult moments, have taken a lot of situations that were seemingly impossible on face value and turned them into successful permanent housing placements.
Great, thank you very much.
Councilwoman,
You're welcome.
If I may add a little information, Venice Family Clinic, we're really fortunate. Providence Healthcare System reached out to staff and informed us that they had provided a grant to Venice Family Clinic. Venice Family Clinic reached out to staff then to let us know that they were building a presence in South Bay. So I apologize. When you asked the question, I thought, that's an obvious question I should have addressed. They will have a presence in South Bay. They were very interested in this project, and that is why we've already started conversation. Should your honorable body approve this agreement, our intent is to get Venice Family Clinic and Harbor Interfaith to have a conversation as soon as possible to see what that relationship looks like.
Thank you. Councilmember Walser.
Thank you. There's no question I applaud you for the efforts and the approaches we're taking. It's just more of a logistical question. Is this a lump sum contract for a 12-month period and it starts immediately? So there's a little bit of scale-up time and not all the expenses will occur initially. But is it basically a lump sum contract?
It is a lump sum contract, that's correct, Councilman. And if you notice, within the contract itself, it does, actually, starting with the RFP, we did identify the ramp-up period of at least 30 days when the plan would be developed.
The other question along that line is, there's a lot of unknowns, and to their assistance, there's the opportunity that things may occur that require additional funding. Is that something that there's an opening for them to bring that?
Councilman, I don't have the exact numbers. We actually will not use the entire allocation of PLHA. So I believe we probably have a cushion of approximately 100-some thousand. The numbers I shared with your honorable body tonight reflected up to the contract or the budget. There's actually about 100,000 remaining in our PLHA allocation from 2021 that we still have available to us.
Okay. And then how is liability and insurance covered in this situation?
All vendors are required to have carried the requisite insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, I continue to be the skeptic about this program. I've been consistent in my concerns about the pallet shelter here being located in Torrance, and especially at the current location. I want to make it clear, though, that any of my concerns and comments about the program don't reflect on the organization Harbor Interfaith Services. From what I understand, they've been doing a good job under crazily difficult circumstances. I did have a couple questions. First, I want to ask the chief a couple questions about the concerns about we have a 40-bed shelter being built. When that shelter is full, and it'll inevitably be filled, what will happen to your ability to enforce the camping, anti-camping ordinance?
Yes, Jay Hart, Chief of Police, Torrance PD. So if the Palace shelter is full, with Boise with the Boise case and with the anti-camping ordinance, we will be in the position we're at right now. So the cycle for the police department will be one of continually to identify the people who are homeless in the city and offering them services, but there will be no enforcement of the anti-camping ordinance if there isn't an available bed. And once a bed does open up, then that enforcement section will kind of be pushed back in the loop that it is an option for the police department.
I don't have all the facts about it, but I understand in Redondo Beach, theirs is only a 15 unit, and theirs is full pretty much consistently. And so that's prevented them from being able to enforce their anti-camping. So that's one of the big concerns that I have about this program is, yes, I think every single person up here on this council wants to have us enforce our anti-camping ordinances, and that's really important to the public as well. But the fact that our shelter is relatively small compared to the unhoused that we know to be in our community, I'm very concerned that we're just going to be back to square one in that respect from the standpoint of protecting the public. And there's no question that from the stats that you provided yourself just in this item that the crime as a result of the unhoused in our community is taking a significant hit on the resources of our police department as well as the safety of our public. And so I continue to be concerned about the fact that the location is an area where it's close to residents. The people that will be admitted to the pallet shelter will not be required to stay in there. It's my understanding that all the programs I've heard of, all the people that are in the program are free to go and roam about during the day except for the curfew period at night. So, you know, there's no requirement that these folks that are in the shelters be attending any programs. They're offered programs, but they're not mandatory. And they get to come and go as they want throughout the day, and obviously most of them won't have any transportation, so they'll be limited to where they can walk. And so I am very concerned that that impact will be here locally at our Civic Center and in the nearby neighborhoods that surround us. So I appreciate your enthusiasm, Chief, though, about wanting to help be compassionate about enforcing our anti-camping ordinances. And I really do hope that we will be able to do some of that. But I'm very concerned that we'll be full and unable to do so for a majority of the 12-month trial period. So I'm concerned and anxious to see how that's actually going to work out. The other thing is I'm really concerned about, we're potentially okaying a big chunk of money for services, but we really don't know what the program is going to be, and we don't know what the rules of the program are going to be as far as, you know, how long can they stay in our shelters. You know, for instance, if we offer permanent housing to, and this isn't for you, Chief, this is just for anyone on staff, if we offer someone in the shelter permanent housing and they say, well, I don't want to go to such and such a place, and that's not acceptable to them, do we continue to try to find acceptable places that are acceptable to the person? And so these are things that I found out from talking to the administrator at the Redondo facility is homeless are being offered housing, but they were choosing not to take it because it wasn't where they wanted to live. And so I'm concerned that people are going to stay in here until such time as they find something that's suitable to them, and making it very difficult for us to really find permanent housing. I don't want to go on and on and on. I'm not going to support this item tonight, but I hope that Harbor Interfaith, if they are in fact voted in for doing this tonight, does a good job. Will the plan that they come up with be provided to council for review before it's put into place?
I'm sure we can bring that back to you.
I'd be interested in having the opportunity for us to review their plan. Sure. And be able to make comments as to the specifics on how some of these things work. One of the things I obviously worry about is, you know, two of the issues that are obviously big factors with the unhoused is mental illness and drug addictions. And I'm not sure how those are going to be addressed by the people that will be put into the temporary shelters. I certainly don't want to see drug addicts that are brought here into our shelters here at the Civic Center and then roaming our community nearby. That's a big concern for me. And if the services that they're being offered, such as mental health services, are not mandatory and they're not taking advantage of them, even though they may be being offered to them, then what are we really doing? So those are just some of the many reasons that I have to continue to object to this program. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just wanted to clarify, this is not a shelter. I think we said that at the outset. This is transitional housing. I heard shelter, 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 and that's a buzzword that is inappropriate in this case. We're building a transitional housing, and I think the resolve or the goal that we're looking for was reunification with family into a more permanent residence, but it's not a shelter situation. Councilmember Kalani, you have a question, comment?
Both, and thank you for your comments just now, Mayor. I appreciate that. I just wanted to re-clarify that the funds that we're allocating, the approximate $1.6 million, is funds that we've been awarded. It's not city funds at this time.
They are not city funds, Councilwoman. And just to clarify, we've only been able to apply for approximately $1.135 million, and we've been approved for that. We're waiting for the contract from the state. The remaining $400,000, we will be able to apply in May, we believe, and that represents the 2021 allocation.
Okay. And then moving forward, when do we start negotiating for the next year so that we don't get to the last moment and not have the funds for the program to be ongoing?
Councilwoman, paramount to staff is your honorable body's approval of an extension beyond 12 months. So there will be reports back to your honorable body, and presuming that the reports are in the direction or the outcomes that your honorable body and the community seeks, that's when we would probably talk about extension. And you are correct. Within it, we did ask all vendors if they would be interested in 2 one-year extensions.
Perfect. So then the moment we start moving forward, we're going to be negotiating ongoing services past that 12-month initial review period.
Should your honorable body direct staff to do so.
Right, thank you. And how often will you be reporting back to us on the success of this?
Yeah, good question, Councilwoman. As you'll probably note in the scope of work, Harbor Interfaith proposed and staff agreed with a monthly report basically identifying what's going well, what's not going well, who are all the individuals, not revealing confidentiality, but revealing the situations of each, broadly speaking, again, not to identify, not to give any identifying information, but to identify progress that individuals are making. And that's provided to staff on a monthly basis. So staff anticipates bringing a monthly report back to City Council.
Okay, and then this is just my thought process that I'm sharing, and you can correct me if I'm right or not thinking the right way. We've got a certain number of unhoused people in the city of Torrance. Some of them are housed in their cars, some of them have no housing at all. And do you know that new number of people that are completely unhoused? They are not in a vehicle of some type?
Councilman, we
Sorry
won't
to catch you off guard, I apologize.
No, that's okay, Councilwoman. We won't actually have that number until July, and that comes from the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. Staff will step out on a limb and guess the number of people who are experiencing street homelessness will increase.
Yeah, but I think this 40 unit is a pretty good number in comparison to the people that we have unhoused, in my opinion. And if we're doing our best to put them through in a 6-month or in a 6-month period, then we'll be able to reach out to a lot of people. And that makes me feel happy. Thank you. So I really applaud everybody, what you're doing. I know that when I was first elected onto council, this was something very important to me and the people that I talk to. And you've done a great job. This has come so far, and it's been so much work, and I've seen it happen, and I thank each and every one of you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for staff. I'm looking at page 13 of the PowerPoint. The question that, I think there was a on-site walkthrough or review with the LA County Superior Court, and where it says follow-up additional security fencing under review. Can you share with us what specifically this security fencing is being considered or being questioned? Can we build something? You know, like exactly where? Is it, you know, is it the back entry to the courthouse? I'm trying to picture in my head.
Can you go to the aerial, Ms. Lay? Thank you so much. Okay, so Councilmember Chen, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. There's a white K-rail that is that terminates at the landscaping and continues what would be in a northerly direction towards Civic Center. The existing fencing stops near where that K-rail terminates on an existing curb and gutter line. There's an 8-foot tall fencing that was installed by our General Services Department to initiate the first phase of construction at the site to secure the site. And there is discussions with the LA County Superior Court staff as to where and how a potential extension would proceed south to connect to some existing structure that surrounds the back end of the courthouse property, where their staff access. Where the exact placement would go, what the materials are. We have an initial estimate and design that staff came up with, and we've suggested to the county team. They've taken that under consideration, they're reviewing it, and they're gonna provide some feedback. Secondly, when we were at the location, a job walk is always great because you can troubleshoot and provide alternatives for them to consider while they're reviewing what materials were provided to them. And they are taking that internal, reviewing it, and they're supposed to be following up with us shortly with what they would like to consider. That way we can build that into our activation plan after conferring with the police department.
Right. So if I look at that picture, there's a little white curvy line right in the
That's
middle
correct.
there.
That's
on
the
left
K-rail.
there. Okay. So I remember when we did a little walkthrough tour there, we had question about, because there's a back entry into
Correct.
maybe it's an outdoor break area, it looks like. So they're thinking, is it possible for us to connect the fencing all the way so that there's no wandering into the courthouse? Is that
That's Councilman Chen's staff has identified a way that could be achieved. We provided it to them for review, and we're waiting on their feedback. But that is exactly the intent.
So does that mean if that's under consideration, that means if a walk path from that parking lot on the bottom to the current back parking lot of the courthouse area, that's the case, it will be sealed off then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because that was one of the things we talked about before, about sealing that off. I wasn't sure.
We received that direction and we followed up.
Okay. I think, thank you very much. I think I really applaud the integrated Torrance City team for getting us to this point. I think, thank you, Chief Hart, for explaining some of the plans to enforce the anti-camping ordinance. I know that's a big question mark. I just have a couple of follow-up questions for that. It's just a little bit more clarification, because I know when we talked about enforcing anti-camping, in my head, at one time, I think it might have been, you know, when Interim Chief McGeff was trying to share with me a potential hypothetical process, how things work. And since I'm not a police officer, some of the terminologies I may not be aware, the general public may not be. I think today you kind of enlightened, at least me, I'll say, that as we're enforcing anti-camping for service-resistant folks, you use the term making an arrest. An arrest, it could be two different types. I think that's what I heard. An arrest could be giving a citation. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly, and then you could clarify. And then an arrest could be an arrest with booking. Is that they're both under the umbrella of making an arrest? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Correct. Yeah, the enforcement of the anti-camping ordinance would be an arrest, and then what happens after that is connected to that. The person is released in the field of the citation, or they are taken to a booking facility to be processed.
And if a person who's been so-called arrested and given a citation to appear in, I guess, court in 60 days, I think that's what I jotted down. and the person fails to appear in court in 60 days, can you kind of play that out, how it may work out, and then and then the officer sees that service resistant person again? How would that potentially play out?
Yes, so if I hear you correctly, the question is, the police officer goes out, they see somebody, let's say it's living at a park, says, hey, we have an open bed for you, would you like it? And they say, I don't want it. And the officer arrests them and release them with a citation. You know, one of the things that police officers have that's important is discretion. One of the things that we're talking about with the operations plan as we roll out is some guidance and direction towards that based on the spirit of what council and the community has asked for. So let's say the police officer goes out there the next day, sees the same person. Hey, talked to you yesterday, and today we still have an open bed. Would you like to go to the bed? If they say no, the officer will give them a citation. That will be a second citation, a different arrest.
Before the 60 days happen to know if that person can show up or not, the officer could do another citation.
The officer could do that. The officer could also say, we'll see what happens when you go to court. It's going to be based on the circumstances of the time because each case is unique. But that is one of the options that we will be discussing with the officers.
Okay, so there's no like magic number of how many times an officer could do this arrest/citation before it becomes what I thought was an arrest warrant. I'm trying to make sure I might have understood incorrectly in the past.
So usually what we see when it turns to a warrant is with the citation, the person who receives it gets a date to go in front of a judge. And if they have a failure to appear, they don't show up, the judge will usually issue a warrant. So that's how it usually turns to a warrant within that 60-day process. This is where the officers have to make a decision based on the spirit of the law and the totality of the circumstances with that individual and the location that they're at.
Right. Okay, because a lot of time, you know, I think that's what folks are concerned. You know, I won't give out any personal information. I know we have a person who, you know, likes to hang out in front of the library every day. So maybe June 30th and on, he or she would get a visit and say, we have a shelter available. Would you like to receive services? Then we could sort of start that process. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think, you know, I think there are a lot of concerns. You know, doing nothing, I think it's not good either. Doing nothing is not being compassionate. And I agree with you. Leaving folks on the street to potentially perish is not compassionate. There are folks that's already hanging around. You know, we're concerned about drug addicts or any other mental illness, but they're out there today. So if we can't do anything, at least we have a means to start doing something about it. This other question may be a combination between you, Chief Hart, or our City Attorney, Patrick Sullivan here. The scenario that Councilman Griffith shared. Should one day in time, in future, all 40 units are filled with the in this interim housing situation. And I think earlier, I think Viet also talked about if there are folks who are having a hard time, they're staying in our intern housing for some time, we can't transition them out, then we could potentially use a voucher to see if they can move into another housing situation. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly, where we could use a housing voucher. Would that scenario allow us to have the housing voucher to still allow our police officer to at least dress and approach, enforce the anti-camping ordinance for those who are service resistant?
Councilman, just to clarify, your question is actually the ideal situation. If there is a housing voucher available and someone's willing to take it, we would absolutely want them to. That's permanent housing. A housing voucher leads to permanent housing. So in the question that you posed, that would be ideal because then that would mean someone's moving from interim housing to permanent housing. Those are the vouchers that I was referring to earlier.
Okay, maybe I heard it incorrectly. I think what I thought I heard was if there's a person who's using the pallet shelter there for a while and we could not, or the interim housing, we could not move that person out of it I thought you said we could potentially use a housing voucher. I was trying to make sure I heard you correctly, which also means there's an available, it's just not that physical, one of 40 units. There could be another.
Councilman, yeah, just to clarify, what I was referring to is under emergency housing vouchers, approximately 70,000 were provided by the Department of Housing and Urban Development all across the United States. In LA City and LA County, they received their portion as well. The City of Torrance received 33. When someone is in an interim housing situation here at Torrance, one thing we identified is if that person is willing to be in another community and there's a housing voucher available in that community, meaning that voucher would be linked to permanent housing of some sort, we could absolutely contact that community to see if they have a housing voucher available, and that person would be eligible for that housing voucher. So it's eligible to be used all throughout LA County and LA City.
Yeah, and if I may, Councilman Otto, City Manager, the voucher gives you access to a unit, but it assumes a unit has to be available.
Right.
And if the unit's available, then ideally we would free up a bed here at the Torrance Tiny location, housing location, and then the PD will be back to having one additional bed available. But the voucher is just a mechanism to obtain housing. It's having available vouchers doesn't necessarily entail having available units, and that's one of the challenges we're having is finding apartment owners in some instances who are willing to rent to these emergency or Section 8 vouchers.
Okay, so if we get in a situation when all 40 pallets are occupied, and if we want to sort of increase the throughput, we can get a voucher. Then if we verify that there is one available, based on what you're saying, right? If we find at least one available.
Yeah, I don't think we can force individuals to leave the location we have in the city. It reverts back to where the situation we're in.
Exactly.
If somebody,
that is my point.
The intent of, as we said through this presentation, the intent of the temporary housing village or location here at Civic Center is to identify individuals who are not service resistant, who are willing to work with our team, with Harbor Interfaith, get them document ready, help them find ideal housing, permanent supportive housing, and get them to outside of the location here, which will then open up available beds for other individuals.
You're absolutely right. You read my mind. What I was really getting at is when we're at 40 are occupied, and then if we can use a voucher and find one apartment unit that's open a slot, does that allow PD to do the anti-camping ordinance?
As soon as we move that one person out of the location and we have an available physical bed.
Okay, so it really behooves us on June 30th or July 1st. We have a very good idea of X number of folks in the community who are somewhat service resistant, just based on our experience the last 2 or 3 years. So that first week may be a good time to really go approach them and say, we got services, because we know we have at least 40 available at that moment in time.
We're doing that now. We're telling folks, look, we're getting ready to open up our temporary housing, and we'd like you to be one of our 40 tenants, clients. Trying to get our terminology straight.
And I understand. No, I think we've come a long way. I really thank you all for doing this. I mean, I'm asking these questions because I get asked these questions all the time, and then the terminology, especially with arrest and citation, arrest and booking, I just make sure that I'm answering correctly. Thank you all very much. Great job. Appreciate it.
I concur. It was a great job by everybody involved in this. This is not the great panacea that's going to remove unhoused people from our community. I'm not really sure that you've been listening or grasping. An arrest by a citation is a ticket. An arrest, physical arrest, is basically taken to the police station and identified, perhaps through fingerprinting, live scanning, to know who that person is, and then they are ticketed and released. They're not spending time in jail. If they get 3 or 4 or 5 tickets and ignore them, and the court, in its infinite wisdom, issues a warrant, they're going to be arrested, perhaps if there's a confrontation or connection with the police, and they're going to take them in, and they're going to go to court, and they're going to be released. this is not going to take people immediately off of the street. It will take people who are willing to accept services off of the street and perhaps get them into the transitional living and give them services and get them reunified with their families and or into some other permanent housing. We have very few Section 8 housing in the city of Torrance. I think the last I had heard, there's a waiting list of 10,000 people who have vouchers from HUD for other reasons that cannot find housing in the city of Torrance because there are no available housing units under HUD in the city that are available right now. I think the number we have is, I'm thinking under 600.
We have, I believe, close to 700 vouchers currently that are used by Torrance residents.
Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. We have just shy of 700 vouchers technically allocated, but because of rents in this area, we're only able to use just shy of 600.
Yeah,
but Your Honor, you're correct. The last waiting list when it was open was capped at 10,000, and there were several additional 1,000 people that were interested.
So to the public, Martin versus Boise is the seminal case that controls what we're doing. And that's what we've been talking about. A agency, a city cannot enforce an anti-camping ordinance unless it has a bed. A bed is not truly defined in the court case, whether it is a shelter, whether it's transitional housing, whether it's permanent housing. It just says a bed. They didn't specify how many beds you had to have. Did you have to have a bed for absolutely everyone? So if you do the math and figure, and I was there during the homeless count, the census. I was the only one on the council who went out that evening and helped count people. So I know there are unhoused people in our community. But we're not, under the Boise case, we didn't get direction. And when I say we, every agency. It was sent to the United States Supreme Court, who could have chimed in and gave us direction to every agency, and instead they punted. They kicked the can down the road and just sent it back. So what we have is very vague information, but we have to abide with the constitutional mandates that we have and the court mandates that tell us what to do. I think this has been an ingenious thing. Council member said 2.5 years. I'd argue it's 7.5 years since we created a social services commission in our city. One of the things that they addressed, or one of the things they put on their table, was homelessness. They've been to meetings, I've been to meetings, staff has been to meetings throughout the county of Los Angeles addressing homelessness and ways to go about addressing it. It's getting worse. We see it. We know about it. We live in this city. We drive in this city. We know about it. I get the feeling that people don't think that location that we chose, 6 out of the 7 of us up here, we said it was okay. It was the only place that we could put it. We looked at absolutely every city-owned property, and it wouldn't work. That is a nestled near the police station, behind the courthouse, more than 500 feet from the nearest home or church or anything else, and with the mandates of 24-hour security, clinicians on site. I saw a political brochure by a candidate saying they have 3 spots. They know where they can put it. Just need a little change in the zoning. Well, I'm surprised that in this 2.5 years that we've been working on this, nobody has come up here and told us those 3 secret spots that just need to be changed for zoning. We've had hearings on this, public hearings. We've taken testimony on telephone. We've had lots of emails, people saying there must be better places, and they've pointed out places that the city of Torrance has no control over. They're individually owned by individual businesses, and we don't have permission to put temporary housing there. It is the only place we found. I've asked staff, and staff knows it, that we're always looking for another place. I've reached out to businesses personally to see if there was a way that we could use part of their property, and thus far, I've not been successful in getting that done. I would ask anybody who has a better place to let us know about it. Send me an email, pfury@torranceca.gov. I will certainly investigate and see if it's truthfully a better place. Perhaps it's not near your place. You know, nobody wants it wherever they live at or they think it's close to. This is not going to be a magnet for people walking around. Right now, there is no temporary housing. There is no shelter in the city of Torrance. What we have is some faith-based organizations who help feed and clothe some of our unhoused people. And yes, they do invite them over to wherever they are, and they do exist in our neighborhoods, and those unhoused people do go there. Is that a magnet for unhoused people? Perhaps it is. But a 40-unit temporary housing pods is not going to be a magnet to draw all of the unhoused people in the city of Torrance to come over there and ransack our neighborhoods. This is a compassionate way to deal with a horrible subject matter that has been going on way too long. If this many people are unhoused because of an earthquake, or this many people in our country were unhoused because of tornadoes or storms or tsunamis, the federal government would step in and use FEMA, Federal Emergency Management, to get to the bottom of this. Making individual agencies go about this process is an absurdity. It's truly an absurdity. And we are doing our level best, and you've heard from the best staff possible. Mr. Hung, you've been with this for almost 8 years, I know now. And I know you've delved into and know the parties and know how these things work. Chief Hart, you understand the legalities of it, and with the instruction of our city attorney, and our police officers understand that as well. I know other people think they have a better idea, and like I said, my email is pfury@torranceca.gov. Let us know what your thoughts are. Put it out there. We'll address it. We'll tell you whether it makes sense or not. But I'm tired of hearing the criticism of this, because I think this is a system that will work. How about giving it a little chance? It doesn't even start until June 30. June 30 is when the wrinkles start. There's an awful lot of time in that. We've done the research, our staff has done the research. They've reached out to other agencies, other cities that do a similar program, and those programs seem to be working. Now we'll go bound on the second round, because I was the last one of the 7 who spoke. Now we're coming back on second. So Councilmember Matucci.
Round 2. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I agree with you. I think it's very easy to criticize a plan, but every time I always tell people, you know, if you're going to criticize me, bring an option, bring a solution, right? I mean, we were elected to find solutions, or at least to talk about finding solutions. You guys, staff, and our crews were hired to put those plans together and bring them up to us with funding and et cetera. I find it amusing that we have a growing problem that went from, I think it was about 100 and some odd homeless count to 322 and a spectrum of only, I think it was 3 or 4 years. It literally tripled in 4 years, that number. I would suspect that number has grown, as Mr. Yet has alluded to, that these numbers, I think, have gone up for various reasons. The conversations we've had over the last, 2.5 years, I think we brought a lot of ideas to the table. I think we brought a lot of, solutions that, and also our city attorney chimed in on, because we have to do things legally, constitutional rights. But as Councilman Chen said, doing nothing, I don't think it's the smart thing to do. We have to do something. We have to protect Torrance. Where are we supposed to go? if the encampments like Columbia Park start expanding and becoming permanent structures of our community, where are we going to go? Where do people of Torrance are supposed to go? We've already been priced out of our own homes. In other words, I can't afford my own home. I was fortunate enough to purchase over a decade ago. But let's face it, where am I supposed to go when the encampments start encroaching into my neighborhood? And they have. Where are the people of North Torrance supposed to go? You know, the ones close to Columbia Park, where are they supposed to go? We have to, our role up here is to find solutions and implement those solutions. Because really it's really going to be about, it's really going to boil down, you know, no pressure, Chief, but it's really going to boil down to enforcement and the work you guys do and the interactions you have. No, I don't think any of us want homeless people being arrested left and right, clean up the streets that way. That's not the approach. The approach is the humane way, and the humane way is to get these individuals off the streets and into programs. And that's really what this plan is about. Is the location perfect? No, I don't think there's not 1 square inch of Torrance that will be perfect to put one of these interim housing units. Not 1 square inch is perfect, and I get that. Now, you know, we have issues with landlords, you know, and I deal with them all the time. There's a reluctance to accepting vouchers. You know, is there something that we can do as a city to incentivize taking vouchers? You know, our promise as a city that we're going to place people in there that aren't going to destroy your place. And what can we do in the event that they do? What kind of assurances is a landlord going to get? You know, this needs to be a partnership with landlords as well. We have a lot of apartment. Gosh, I think we have over 5,000 vacancies right now. I mean, we could technically put everybody in a unit and call it a day, but obviously it doesn't work that way because a roof over their head is not what they're lacking in most cases. They need other services, and that's what this plan is. It's about introducing these individuals to these services and making sure that their options are very limited as far as staying on our streets. And I say our streets because this body is been elected by the people of Torrance, not LA, not Inglewood, not Lomita, Torrance. Our responsibility is to the people of Torrance. Each and every one of you guys in here, your responsibility is to the people of Torrance. And that's what we put together. Overflow, that's something that we talked about in the past meetings. Overflow. I think it was the mayor actually that suggested around 40 would be sufficient as a starting point. Why? Is because what the last count I believe we had, and correct me if I'm wrong, we had approximately 75 individuals that were on the streets with literally no roof over their head. Okay, those obviously are the ones that we want to target first, the ones that are exposed to the elements. Of course, we want to help everyone, but the ones that are exposed to the elements, night after night, day after day, roaming our streets, setting up, you know, camps at our parks, just feet away from where our kids play. We don't know what they're doing, right? So that's, I guess, I think Councilman Chen calls it the low-hanging fruit. I agree. We need to deal with the low-hanging fruit first because we do have a limited amount of space. Those 40 units are 40 beds, 40 slots. We need to maximize them initially to make sure that that low-hanging fruit is taken care of. The ones that are exposed to the elements, the ones that are literally setting up shop in our parks, and sometimes on our sidewalks, alleyways, wherever. We just don't want them on the street anymore. I think that's the bottom line. Not because we're trying to be mean, it's because we're actually trying to be loving. You know, a lot of times, you know, we get criticism for wanting to get people off the streets. What if that was your brother, your dad, your cousin, your son, your daughter? What would you want that municipality to do? How would you want it? How would you want them to treat your son or daughter that you lost touch 5 years ago? Do you want them just to rot and die on the street at a rate of 1,500 per year in LA County alone? 1,500 people on the streets die every year in LA County. So what are we going to do as a city? Well, we're putting together a plan. It may not be perfect. Let's give it a shot. Let's make sure that we enforce the law, because enforcement of that law, I think, and I'll say it again, is a vital component of our plan. Is making sure that these individuals understand that the streets of Torrance will not be their home. We can't. In my opinion, this is like the last piece of land where people can actually buy a home, raise a family, open up a business, and still feel safe. We're one of the few places that are somewhat affordable, believe it or not. You have to spend $1.2 million for a tear down. And believe it or not, compared to some of the cities that are a little bit more sheltered from the issue, that's pretty cheap compared to, let's say, Palos Verdes, where, let's face it, their homeless issue is not nearly as bad as ours. So we have to give this program a shot. We have to, stand united against one common goal, which is to clean up our streets and making sure these individuals get the help they need. But if they don't want the help, then there's really only one thing to do: get out of Torrance. And I'm not trying to be political here or anything, but I think that's the message we need to let the residents of Torrance know, that the city is here to clean up Torrance. We got to keep it safe. Those burglaries, those assaults, the murder we had at the Kitty Gouser, that was a transient against a transient, killed another transient, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Those individuals should not be just out on the street, roaming the streets. At least not our streets. If LA is okay with that, go to LA. Go to LA. Just not in Torrance. We need to protect Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you. Just a really quick point of clarification based on some of the comments I heard earlier. If there are beds available in our housing, and the police come across someone unsheltered, and you ask them the question, as you said earlier, would you like one of our beds, or are you resistant to services? And if they say they would like one of our beds, you're not going to be allowed to take them in and put them into one of the beds at that moment. Am I correct?
We are working right now on a way. The process that is being put in place right now is structured so that it's in conjunction with the service provider to get people into those beds. We are trying to work with the locations that we have visited. One of the things that we've identified from listening to their feedback is, what do you do when you come across somebody that is in a bad situation and is desperately in need of shelter and you don't have a bed available? Or if somebody says, yes, I would like it, how do you get them in there right now? So we are trying to work through what that structure would look like, because that is one of our concerns. Is there a way for us to be able to find somebody? Let's say it's the middle of the night and it's raining and it's cold and they go, I do want shelter. Can we get a system in place to be able to put somebody into a location at the transitional housing where we could take them that night and then process them more thoroughly in the morning? So we're trying to work that out. There's some logistical hurdles that we're working that we don't have fully fleshed out yet, but that is something that we are trying to identify if we can make that a viable solution.
And I think Harbor Interfaith then that'll be part of their plan too, is what is the intake process?
Correct.
How that looks, what processes have to go through to vet someone before they're actually admitted to one of the beds that are available. So it sounded great that you just, okay, yeah, someone says they're willing to take one of your open beds, but we can't go directly from that point to putting them into our facility without going through that intake process. So.
Yes, sir. And one other thing I have staff looking into, the City of LA recently published their Blue Ribbon Commission on the issues of homelessness. One of the things that stood out to me that I talked with staff about in the report, it mentions that there is some housing in the City of LA that is dedicated towards people who are experiencing problems with narcotics, and annually they usually are 40% unoccupied, so only 60% filled. So one of the things that we're working on is trying to reach out to them to see if there's a way that we can, if we find somebody who is unhoused, that is experiencing problems with narcotics, if we can make that an available place for them so they can have even better services. So it's not just we have in transitional housing and PD and the staff is like, hey, that's success. We're still continually looking for new ways to connect people with housing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate very much Councilmember Matucci and Mayor Fury your comments. I just wanted to ask a question to staff so that the public knows we have not stopped looking for alternative sites. Is that correct? That's going to be an ongoing commitment.
Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we have never stopped. Every development interaction in the industrial and commercial sectors, we broach the question. That's how a donation was provided to your honorable body from one of those interactions, and we will continue that activity.
I appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you.
Any other questions by council? See none. Call center.
Call center, do we have any calls?
Yes. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, it was comical to hear all of you talking about this issue. I agree with Mr. Griffith. The rest of you is a joke. I have to tell you, you who make hundreds of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, you're talking about how you're going to straighten up and help drug addicts, alcoholics, and mentally ill. You gonna cure these people and you're gonna make them ready for a job, taking taxpayers millions of dollars, statewide and nationwide billions of dollars, blowing like this. Now you prove that to me that you are totally off the grid. You don't have no touch with reality. What you gonna do with these people after a year?
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, so I'm concerned about the fact that you want to increase police patrols with quote-unquote full activation, as according to the screen earlier. These are the same police that received racist messages and said nothing. This is the same department that is responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Michelle Shirley, Asa Jolak, DeAndre Ross, Michael David Lopez, and Desiree Nicole Garza. Now, you want to talk about compassion, Matucci or Penguin, whatever your name is. None of you know what that is. All of you lack it. And nothing that any of you are discussing here about how to address houselessness is anywhere near compassion. Police response to houselessness is not compassion. You are concerned about protecting residents from people who are experiencing houselessness when the problem is you. The problem is the police. The problem are NIMBYs that fought against everything and anything regarding addressing this issue. Criminalizing houselessness does not address the crisis that was created by the likes of you. Shelters that you refuse to call them that, Pat?
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cat B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
I don't care what you say about compassion. So much of what you all have uttered was horrifically inhumane towards unhoused people. You talk about them like they're zombies who are going to eat your babies. Do you know that a disproportionate number of unhoused people are children and parents? Just like the residents that you claim to be so scared for, your unhoused population are residents too. Safe to say, most of them were born and raised in Torrance, but you treat them like aliens and monsters. If you want to do something compassionate, you don't arrest and traumatize people. You get them the care they need. If they don't want your services, it's because your services are garbage. They're inadequate. They're not meeting the needs of the people that you're gearing them towards. So why don't you listen to unhoused people and give them what they actually need instead of doing this paternalistic bullshit that you're doing.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Harbor Interfaith Services seems to be presenting a humane response to the houseless concern with their interim housing plan. And they seem to be then working very hard to bring what they can with a far better knowledge than you have, about what is happening. And you are saying out loud that you do not have faith in their robust solutions. You flat aren't listening. I'm hearing you force them to negotiate as best they can with a white supremacist capitalist surveillance model that you cannot see beyond. The houseless community is replete with people who have navigated far rougher circumstances than you could possibly fathom. And they understand the community's needs clearly, and they come with skills and acumen to best mitigate anything fluffing up in their space. I imagine that the Harbor Interfaith folks have relationships to coordinate people within the community to support from within. Bringing police or contractors to create an outdoor prison will certainly inflict further costs.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sarah B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm someone that works with houseless people who are experiencing houselessness every day and wanted to just provide some education about this topic and about those who are experiencing this challenge. So those who are experiencing this are human and have rights. They're like you and me. They shouldn't be criminalized because they can't afford a place to live. Of course, they should be free to go from a shelter. Of course, they should be able to choose where they want to live, because you get to choose where you want to live. The majority of people who are houseless are not violent, unlike 30 of your police officers who you refuse to do anything about. Matucci is asking where Torrance citizens with homes are supposed to go get access to a park. Maybe we should be focusing on the Torrance citizens who don't have a place to live. Criminalizing them and removing them against their will does not solve the problem. It's also not loving. FYI, I'm not sure what kind of brand of Christianity that is. Citing and arresting people merely just moves them to another place, and it doesn't solve the problem.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. LK W., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Sheila Bates is not a resident of Torrance, nor Los Angeles, nor Pasadena. All these callers are being recruited through Black Lives Matter. Their names identify as so. So, Mayor Fury, I hope you know what they sound like. By now you should know their names. I'll just say that for now. I wanted to remind the council members that when other council members ask questions, they are actually maybe asking on behalf of the residents and businesses who ask them questions. So there may be some redundancy, and you've already heard the same question, but we're just seeking clarification. We're not all on the same page, and so I just wanted to thank you for asking questions. Councilman Chen, I appreciate all your...
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michelle N., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and members of the City Council. I just want to thank you all and members of staff for your incredibly hard work. I'm very heartened by the progress that we're making. I do work for a home service provider. Our agency works with Harbor Interfaith, and I can attest to the fact that they are just amazingly awesome, and they are definitely the right choice to provide administrative services to our transitional shelter that will be opening in our city. And just really want to say thank you. We're on the right path. To all of you sitting there and all of you staff, and I'm just very grateful for all of your hard work. Thank you so much.
Mayor, this concludes callers for items 9A. Thank you.
Thank you. So This concludes our hearing, and so now looking for a motion to concur with the staff recommendation or recommendation of the city manager.
So moved.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
We've been here for 3 hours, so we'll take our 2-hour break right now. Break, and we're back in session. Moving on with our agenda to item 9B, which is from Finance to accept and file annual comprehensive financial report, report on internal control over financial reporting, and report on communication with those charged with governance for fiscal year 2020-21. From staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Nao Pavelan from the Finance Department. Item 9B is a recommendation of the Finance Director. The City Council accept and file the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, report on internal control over financial reporting, and report on communication with those charged with governance for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Of the three reports covered in this item tonight, we will mainly focus on the ACFR, which is the city's audited financial statements, and it communicates the city's financial position and activity for the fiscal year ended June 30. ACFR is prepared in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, similar to state and other local governmental entities, and is organized in a consistent format accordingly. ACFR is organized into three main sections: introductory, financial, and statistical sections. Financial section is the main part of the ACFR and includes the independent auditor's report, management's discussion and analysis, and city's basic financial statements, notes to the financial statements, the required supplementary information, and the fund level financial statements. The city charter requires that financial statements are prepared by the city's finance staff and audited by independent certified public accountants annually. On June 22nd, 2021, your honorable body awarded a consulting services agreement to Vasquez and Company LLP, our current independent auditor, to provide external auditing services for the fiscal years ending 2021, 2022, and 2023. The auditor has performed the audit of the ACFR for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021, and issued an unmodified audit opinion as of December 23, 2021, stating that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects in accordance with GAAP. In addition, the auditor also issued the report on internal control over financial reporting, as well as the report on communication with those charged with governance. For the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021, the auditor did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that they considered to be material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. The auditor also has performed tests of its compliances with certain provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements, and they noted no instances of non-compliances. While the city has not historically brought this item forward to council, nor is it a requirement of the city charter, it is a common practice among cities, and it's a good opportunity to publicly present the audited results of a completed fiscal year's activities. Therefore, the staff will continue this process annually going forward. In addition to receiving an unmodified audit opinion, the quality of the city's financial reporting is also measured by the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting awarded by the Government Finance Officers Associations of the United States and Canada. The city has been awarded this certificate annually since 1987 and was mostly recently awarded for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Staff believes that ACFR for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021 continues to meet the certificate's requirements, which is currently pending. Tonight, I am joined by our auditor, Ms. Christy Canieta from Vasquez and Company LLP, virtually, who will be presenting the summary of the audit results, key financial highlights, observations, and comments. Now I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Canieta. Ms. Canieta?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Can you speak a little louder, please? Oh, sorry.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Christy Canieta, and I'm from Vasquez and Company. I am the partner in charge of the 2021 audit of the City of Torrance, and I'm here to present to you the results of our audit. Next slide, please. Showing on the screen is the agenda. I'll quickly go through with you the scope of the engagement, the results of the audit, certain financial highlights, and the communications required by the auditing standards. Next slide, please. Our scope includes both financial and compliance audits as of and for the year ended June 30, 2021. The financial audit includes the audit of the city, the Measure W Fund, Air Quality Management District Fund, or HUMD, Successor Agency, and the INSD Fund, in accordance with generally accepted government auditing standards. We issued a separate report on the city's financial statements as a whole and individual reports on each of these mentioned funds. We are also required to perform a compliance audit of the city's federal programs in accordance with the requirements of the uniform guidance. Next slide, please. The normal scope of an engagement is performed based on the requirements of generally accepted auditing standards, or GAAP. This is similar to audits performed on private or for-profit entities. Under those standards, we only report on the financial statements of the entity being audited. That is the first level of assurance that we provide from this audit. Because the city receives federal grants, we are also required to perform the audit in accordance with government auditing standards, otherwise known as the Yellow Book. GAS requires us to test the city's internal controls over financial reporting and report any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted in internal controls during our audit. Because the city spends over $750,000 in federal funds, a compliance audit known as the single audit is also required in accordance with the uniform guidance. This requires us to report on the city's federal expenditures and compliance with applicable federal requirements related to the major federal programs identified or determined based on the risk assessment performed in accordance with the standards. And therefore, we are issuing 3 layers of different set of reports for this audit. Next slide, please. We would just like to confirm our independence and our compliance with the independence requirements of the government auditing standards, and confirm that there are no relationships between any of the members of our audit team and the city employees, management, or the city council members that in our professional judgment may reasonably be sought to bear on independence. Vasquez and Company meets the independence requirements of the government auditing standards and the AICPA as it relates to the city. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The city's ACFR, or Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, was issued in December, and our report dated December 23, 2021, stated that we are issuing an unmodified opinion. This was mentioned by now earlier, or clean opinion on the city's financial statements. Clean opinion, it's the highest level of assurance that an entity can receive in a financial audit similar to this. Clean opinions were also issued on the Measure W, INSD, HUMD, and the Successor Agency Fund. Next slide, please. The single audit is required, as I've mentioned earlier, as part of an audit performed in accordance with GAS. We also would like to report that we noted no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the city's internal controls. On the single audit, the audit is currently in process, so we don't have enough information to report the results of the single audit. The deadline for the single audit submission has been extended to accommodate any possible impact of changes in compliance requirements related to PSLRF or CARES Act related grants testing. Next slide, please. Before I proceed with the required communication, there are some items that I would like to mention to management and city council members. This information can also be found in the city's ACFR, specifically in the MD&A sections and the government-wide financial statements. Let me start with the general fund financial highlights. So the city's general fund total fund balance increased by $21.3 million during the year, from $10.7 million in 2020 to $32 million at the end of 2021. The actual budgetary fund balance of 29.9 million at the end of the fiscal year is actually higher than the budgeted amount of 24.9 million. You can find this on pages 38 and 42 of the Act. For unrestricted general fund balance totaling to 26.4 million, represent 1.6 months of average general fund expenditures. The GFOA's recommended best practice fund level is actually 2 months of regular operating revenues or expenditures, depending on what is more predictable under the city's particular circumstances. The recommended level may be higher in the context of long-term forecasting to avoid the risk of placing too much emphasis upon the level of unrestricted fund balance at any given point in time, as there may be other funds that are being subsidized by the general fund. For the size of the city with an annual budget of 200,000 or more, our recommendation is to maintain a higher level of unrestricted fund balance. We also would recommend for the city to adopt a fund balance policy defining the uses of the available fund balance and a solid plan to replenish it should it fall below the city's policy level. General fund revenues, excluding transfers, increased, however, by 26.9 million or 15.2 million from the prior fiscal year due to increases in taxes and intergovernmental revenues. The increase in intergovernmental revenues was a result of increase in funding related to CARES Act or CSLRF fund. The city received the first tranche of the ARPA money, which amounts to 12 million. That is actually one of the reasons why the general fund balance increased during the year. Increased in expenditures was 336 million, largely from the prepayment of the unfunded pension liabilities of 319 million out of the pension bond proceeds that the city issued during the year. The other contributing factors to the increase in expenditures was the transfer of certain enterprise funds tied to the general funds, consolidating to the general funds the medical services fund, parks and recreation, and cultural arts center funds into the general fund, considering that the general fund subsidizes the operations of those funds. Next slide, please. The government-wide financial statements present the overall financial position of the city using the full accrual basis of accounting. This is the basis of accounting utilized in enterprise fund type and private or for-profit organizations wherein all assets and obligations, including non-cash activities, are included in the report in this financial statement. The city's overall net position following full accrual basis of accounting increased by 16.3 million from 33.4 million last year to 49.7 million as of the end of the 2021 fiscal year. Total revenues increased by 37 million. Taxes and grants and contributions were higher in fiscal year 2021 due to increased in activities due to economic recovery from easing up of restrictions from the COVID-19 during the fiscal year. While revenues increased, expenses decreased by 28.8 million from 377.4 million last year to 348.6 million in fiscal year 2021. Next slide, please. All enterprise or business type related funds showed positive changes in net position during the year ended June 30, 2021, and that's a good thing. As I've mentioned earlier, some of the enterprise fund type funds, the Emergency Medical Services Fund, the Parks and Recreation Fund, and the Cultural Arts Center Fund activities and fund balances were transferred to the general fund due to the continued negative operating losses of those funds, resulting in the general fund subsidizing the operation of those funds. The city issued 350 million in LRBs to refinance a portion of its unfunded pension liability during the year. However, the reduction of the net pension liability will be reflected in the fiscal year 2022 Act 4 of the city. Next slide, please. The self-insurance fund, it's one of the internal service funds of the city, has reported a net deficit of 55.8 million rather, although this was due to the accrual of long-term liability or estimated claims based on an actuarial report prepared for the city. We discussed with the city that the city should consider building its cash balance and reduce the fund balance deficit in case the claims are realized or decided on faster than expected. We understand that the city is addressing this issue by increasing the contribution to the fund in the following fiscal year and the future contribution in the fiscal years thereafter. The fleet services, this fund actually has a fund balance of 17 million. We initially recommended to the city management to evaluate the reserve policy and use this money to mitigate the deficit reported in other internal service fund. However, we understand that this money is allocated to future vehicle and equipment replacement, and based on the current condition and age of the vehicles, the city anticipates to have higher or require higher fund balance to be allocated to vehicle and replacement costs. Next slide, please. We have certain recommendations, and these recommendations are included in the report that we have submitted to the City Council under the required communication. I'm not going to go through with each of this item in a very detailed manner. However, I would like to just mention them very quickly. So the current IT policies and procedures have not been properly documented and approved by the appropriate authority. Our recommendation is to enhance and obtain approval of those IT policies and procedures. And also, number 2, no formal and regular user access review has been implemented. We have noted from the results of our review that certain resigned employees are still active users within Active Directory, and so therefore we recommend for the city to perform timely system access review and user access termination be implemented timely. We also recommend to align the system settings with the IT policy. System password settings are not aligned currently with the policy, and therefore improvement in that area is necessary. A business continuity and disaster recovery plan should be fully documented and tested as well to make sure that full recovery of the city data and regular operation will be achieved in case of disaster. A more detailed information regarding this recommendations are included in the letter submitted to the City Council member as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. There are certain communication aside from what has already been mentioned. As the city's independent auditors, certain matters will have to be communicated to you from your independent auditors. These are required by professional standards. Again, these matters are also included in the required communication letter that we sent to the council, and is part of the packet provided. But let me go through with you very quickly certain items that are important. So management has prepared the city's annual financial report, and that's the primary responsibility for the accounting principles used. Our responsibility as the city's auditor is to audit and express our opinion on that financial information based on the results of the procedures that we have performed. During the course of our audit, we are not aware of any consultations by management with other accountants about accounting or auditing matters. We did not encounter any difficulties or disagreements with management during the course of our audit with respect to financial and accounting matters. Next slide, please. Based on the results of a review, the city's significant accounting policies are appropriate and were consistently applied. We agreed to all the adjustments proposed by the client during the course of our audit in the same manner that management has recorded all identified proposed adjustments noted during our audit. No significant or unusual transactions or accounting policies in controversial or emerging areas for which there are lack of authoritative guidance or consensus were identified during the process. We also noted no significant issues that were discussed with us or subject to correspondence with management prior to our retention as the city's independent auditor. And this is very important because of the independent standards that we have to comply with. Next slide, please. Something that is very important reminder is that a financial audit is not a fraud audit. As part of the audit process, however, we are required by professional standards to conduct inquiries with management and staff and sometimes city council members to determine if there are significant fraud risk factors that will require us to perform additional audit procedures. Typically, if we identify matters that require additional procedures or extension of our audit scope, we will have to discuss, and we are required to discuss those with the City Council. Again, we did not identify such matters that require your attention. And lastly, a financial statement audit is heavily dependent upon the information that we received from management, and it is for that reason that at the conclusion of the audit process, management is required to sign a management representation letter where they attest that they provided us full access to the city's accounting records, individuals, and all information provided to us is true and verifiable. And a copy of that management representation letter is also included in the required communication letter that we have provided to you. Next slide, please. And that ends my presentation. I will be happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for a detailed report on the audit. Appreciate that. Are there any questions from my colleagues to the auditor? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe the person on the line is Christy Caneda. I just found the name. Okay. Thank you, Christy. I know that speaking to us via virtually, it was I had to really focus and really make sure I heard what you're saying. This audit was based on the audit of our financial act for ending June 30th, 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And if I was going to say the bottom line of the report is if you had one phrase at the end of this report, or if the first line would have been, we pass, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Councilmember Chen.
Okay. I'm going to go to page 8 of the PowerPoint. Because there's a recurring theme. Since this is the first time I'm looking at this chart, so I just want to make sure I read it correctly. Page 8, it says fund balance. I believe I'm going to just read. It says unrestricted general fund balance totaling $26.4 million represents 1.6 months of average general fund expenditures. Recommended level is 2 months average expenditures. So I think I understand this, that the recommendations have 2 months of reserve. This is the one that Sheila usually shares with us, roughly 20%. So there's a few numbers. I know I talked to Sheila earlier today, but this is the first time I'm seeing this. So this number, just want to make sure I get things correct, is, there's a lot of folks, talking about how did Torrance get to rating number 4 from the bottom. This, how much we have for how many months of reserve is one of the components for the so-called rating we received. by this entity. Is this correct?
That's correct. That's one of the categories under the
Right.
state auditor's ranking
Right.
system.
So if I went to the book that you gave us, actually, am I correct? Did I hear earlier that this is the first year we have one of these report?
No, the ACFR is done every year as required, and it's posted on our website every year and provided to council every year.
Okay, I thought earlier when I heard the staff report, I thought I heard this
Councilman,
the
all I'm
first
trying
year.
to say, Manager, it's the first time we're bringing it to city council
Ah,
for your
okay.
review
Okay.
and.
So for
and
folks like
awareness.
myself, it's the first time, but not for you guys.
Everyone, it's always public. It's always available.
Understand.
This is the first time we're bringing it here to council. in
Got
public
it,
session.
got it. I mean, if we didn't know about it, I wouldn't go and start fishing for this information. Would that be correct?
So,
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, saying it's the first time you brought it to the council because otherwise we would not go and look for something like this.
historically, the report is provided to city council every year. However, this is the first time it's been brought to public session as a separate item.
Okay. That's what I was getting at. All right. So the number from this ACFR report, if I look at page Roman numeral 3, under section introductory section, second paragraph that says, at the end of fiscal year 2019 to 2020, the fund balance was left at 10.8 million, of which 581.5K was in the unassigned category. So that 581K for fiscal year 2019 to 2020 would be equivalent to the 26.4 million for the year 2020-21. Did I transfer it correctly?
No, it's
Okay.
we're basically saying here that at end of fiscal 20, the fund balance, unassigned fund balance was 581,449,000.
Right.
And then at the end of fiscal 21, it was increased to 26.4 million.
I thought that's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, I guess allow me to clarify. In the fund balance, there's a assigned and unassigned portion.
Right.
The assigned portion is, I guess the best example would be for replacement funds. So this 26.4 million includes both assigned and unassigned. On page Roman numeral 3 of the ACFR, the 581,000 is unassigned only.
Okay. So is there an equivalent of that 581,449 to what it is at the end of June?
Yes, let's allow us to refer back to the fiscal 20 ACFR.
It looks good. It looks like at least the arrow's moving in the right direction. That's how I'm trying to interpret this report, you know.
So the equivalent is about 3.5 million.
Okay.
I heard you. I'm sorry, Ms. Kenyatta, you were on the line. You wanted to
I
mention?
would also like to refer the city council member to, it's probably better to look at page 155 of the ACFR. It's the statistical section. There is a historical information presented in there that shows the historical balance of these different fund categories during the last 10 fiscal years. And we can see that the 581,000 mentioned by Council Member Chen, we can see that corresponding balance under the same category for the fiscal year 2021 of 22.6 million on that page, 155.
Did you say 155?
Of the annual comprehensive financial report.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. So which number you asked me to look at right now?
The page 155 shows the fund balance of governmental funds during the last 10 fiscal years. The first portion of the table shows the details of the general fund balance. showing each column each year. And under the column 2020, you can see that the unassigned fund balance is 581,000. And for the fiscal year 2021, the fund balance is 22.6 million. It's part of the annual comprehensive financial report, and I'm not sure if the city council members has a copy of the full act for.
Okay. Yeah, I think we all have it.
In there, we can see the information.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Thank you. I think, yeah, you got it. So the 581K from the end of 2020 became 22.6 million. Okay, I think I got it squared. Okay, it looks like at least we're moving in the right direction based on the actions. I know the staff took a lot of action during COVID to put us on the right path there. That's all the question I have right now. I just want to make sure I got that correctly because I was looking for, one phrase. The audit seems like all the numbers seem to jive and we're doing pretty good. I think that's what this audit says. Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Thank you.
I see none. Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we'll transfer the call now. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, Katie. Hello, this is Pork Chop again. I'm a little bit suspicious with this financial audit report. Why is it coming on to the city council meeting the first time? What is the purpose of this taking time and money? And what is this proof or what is this not proof? If it's proof that how good you did and how good the city does, then Pat Furry have an explanation why is he spending 20 minutes on a public forum to tell people to vote for the tax increase. It looked pretty good to me, except a few things, but why are we coming up with this year-old BS? What is this do, or what is this proof, or what we gonna vote on this? What was this all about?
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there are no more callers for items 9B. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. If there's no further questions, I'll take a motion to accept and file the annual comprehensive financial report, report on internal control over financial reporting, and a report on the communication with those charged with governance for fiscal year 2020-2021.
So moved.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good way to call it. Next item on the agenda is item 9C from the City Manager and Finance, a budget overview session 2 of 2 for fiscal year 2022-2023, operating budget and capital improvement plan. Before we go through this, I received an email late, and it was questioning why there was not budget cuts that were threatened or whatever made during last week's meeting and or this week's meeting. And I think we should explain what this portion is, what we are going through right now, as opposed to the time when we do modify and make cuts or improvements or change things. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Sheila Passan, Finance Director. And tonight we'll be conducting the second of 2 budget sessions as part of the fiscal year 22-23 budget development process. To address the Mayor's comment in question, to clarify, these are 2 additional sessions on top of the hearings, 2 hearings that will be provided in May, in which the proposed budget will be presented and recommended for adoption. When I say these are additional, these are, I could call them a preview of the budget that will be proposed in May, and it will be significantly, for the most part, the same. In terms of budget reductions, as a reminder, budget reductions for non-public safety departments have already been taken into effect in October 2021. The budget reductions in public safety were deferred until the fiscal year 22-23 budget, which we are discussing now. But those reductions in both police and fire are included and will be included in the proposed budget that will be provided in May. So you'll be seeing in the proposed budget reductions in both of those departments. And that is really how we are able to balance the budget for this fiscal 23 year. Next slide, please. To recap, on March 29th, we held the first session discussing fund types, citywide revenues and expenditures, and major changes to the originally adopted budget, projected surplus or deficit by fund, and concerns in the following funds: general fund operating, sanitation, transit, fleet services, and self-insurance funds. Next slide. Lastly, members of the executive management team presented draft budgets for the following departments listed on this slide. Next slide. This was presented in the first session, but also just for reference for City Council and members of the public. The main categories that you will see in each of the departmental budgets will include two main categories for revenues, which are charges for services and operating transfers in, with charges for services being the fees charged to customers for those services provided, and operating transfers in being inter-fund transfers, which are really mainly from the gas tax fund and airport fund. Next slide. The main expenditure categories that are on in every department, you'll see the bulk of it being salaries and employee benefits, materials and supplies, professional contract, which are pretty self-explanatory. Interdepartmental charges are primarily allocations for self-insurance, contributions to that internal service fund, and indirect charges for the enterprise funds only. And then operating transfers out are transfers to capital improvement plan, the pension trust fund, and replacement funds. Next slide. Before the individual departments begin, if I could just recap a few changes you'll see in every department's budget across the board. The proposed budgets before you include the following: a 2% increase to salaries, 3% CPI increase to non-wage, and a 20% increase to fuel costs. Additionally, adjustments to interdepartmental charges relate to an increase to contributions in the self-insurance fund, as Ms. Cañeda in the last item from our audit firm has also confirmed to be recommended. These adjustments account for increases to insurance premiums and align the budget more closely with historical actual costs and settlement levels. The operating transfers outline items have also been adjusted to set aside the proper amounts in replacement funds. And lastly, you may notice large decreases in salary expenditures compared to fiscal year 21, most notably in the public safety departments, partially due to the expensing of the unfunded pension liability that occurred in fiscal 21 when the lease revenue bonds were issued to pay down the unfunded liability. Tonight will be, next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, we can keep that here. We'll be reviewing the operating and capital improvement plans for the fire, general services, community development, transit, public works, and non-departmental departments. Before I turn it over to the fire chief, I'd like to point out that upon further review of the details, staff noted that the proposed fire department staffing reductions, which goes back to Mayor's comment, were unintentionally excluded from the totals. These proposed reductions will certainly be included in the proposed budget during the May budget hearing. So that was an oversight on my end. Based on this info, staff now anticipate that we will be able to bring forward a balanced budget on May 10th that will include these reductions. With that, I will now turn it over to Fire Chief Martin Cerna to review the fire department's budget.
Thank you, Ms. Passan. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Martin Cerna, the Fire Department. We'll start off with going to the first slide, which will provide an overview of what our focus is as a department: protect, serve, and improve the quality of life for the entire community through proactive emergency response, risk reduction, and community engagement. Responsible for ensuring the safety of life and property from fires, explosions, hazardous conditions, and natural disasters. Provides emergency medical services for life-threatening or traumatic injuries. Next slide. This is just an organizational chart for the department. Next slide. This is an overview of our current staffing. As we did note, there was an increase in our staffing last fiscal year due to our emergency response transportation program. As Ms. Poisson touched on, we will adjust this slide to reflect the budget reductions coming next fiscal year. Next slide. This highlights our revenues that have been generated within the department, as well as salary overview. Next slide. One item of note that we submitted for consideration is funding for a replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus. This is a safety equipment. As you know, our firefighters, when they go into a fire situation, we have masks, air bottles. We initially purchased these pieces of safety equipment on a grant in partnership with our region about 10 years ago. Our planning chief, Chief Milliken, over the last 3 years tried to do the same thing. That collaboration didn't occur across the region. Unfortunately, we didn't establish replacement funds, but in communicating with our finance team, we recognized that it's an important piece of equipment and we need to come up with a strategy to replace that. I know if it does get approved, we will establish a replacement fund. Next slide. This is an overview of our major projects. Obviously, the first one is the finalization of our EMS transportation program. Develop a new 5-year strategic plan. Believe it or not, we've come up to completing our 5-year plan that was implemented 5 years ago. Developing recruitment and retention strategies, which I think is a common theme across all departments. Did touch on our replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus. During the accreditation process, we recognized that we needed to address the fire water or the water supply at the airport. We are working with general services to find solutions, as well as public works. A long overdue project is the remodel of Fire Station 4. We are going to go out to bid an RFP with that. It may require some additional funding. You'll be seeing an update on that. Complete our fire IT strategic plan, which was established last year. The other key component also there is implementing our emergency medical dispatch program, EMD. We're working with our partners in law enforcement, our police department to move that forward. And if I may take some liberty, I also want to commend our public safety dispatchers on their hard effort. I know, Mayor, you had touched on it in your opening comments, but I would like to share my appreciation from the department as well. Review and update our response model based on our UHU, which is our unit hour utilization, as well as constantly look and adjust our guidelines for our emergency response force. And then succession planning across the organization. Next slide. I'll turn it over to my partner, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Sean Megerdichin, General Services Director. Let's go to the first slide. General Services is responsible for all city facilities, including custodial, building maintenance, HVAC, and electrical. Also has the oversight of capital projects, the graffiti abatement program, the operation and administration of the Torrance Airport, Cultural Arts Center, as well as our central services print shop, and fleet services and city warehouse. Next slide, please. This is a General Services org chart. Just gives you an idea of how we're structured. Next slide, please. This is page 1 of 2 of our budgeted staffing levels. Next slide, please. Next slide. This slide is our General Services General Fund budget. The revenues here are reflected for the Cultural Arts Center. All of the expenses are pretty much everything else that goes into the facility maintenance and repair, as well as graffiti abatement program, things of that nature. Next slide, please. The airport operating budget is our only enterprise fund in general services. The revenues are realized from both aeronautical and non-aeronautical funds, and the expenditures of those of, labor, materials, supplies, and contracts to operate the airport. Next slide, please. Fleet Services is our internal service fund. Essentially, they are interdepartmental charges for labor and materials for vehicle equipment maintenance and repair, as well as commodities issued from the warehouse. Expenses are the above-mentioned labor and materials, supplies, and contracts needed for those things. Next slide, please. This is a page of our capital improvement projects projected out through 2026. A lot of them are basically facility infrastructure, things of that nature, air handlers, painting, things that keep our facilities looking pretty good. Next slide, please. So a review of our major projects and initiatives, along with our co-managers in Public Works. One of our number one is to complete the construction of the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. Our number two project is to complete the construction of the Civic Center Temporary Housing Program site, just discussed a little bit tonight. Assess our fleet warehouse practice and inventory that is currently ongoing. Conduct an assessment and indexing of all city facilities, basically rating city facilities and assessing their needs and age, et cetera, and costs associated with doing that. So that will be a project that will be commencing hopefully in the near future. And then other capital projects, we're in the midst of completing the fuel replacement system at the airport, as well as an automated weather observing system, or AWOS system at the airport. The fire station number 4 remodel, as Chief Cerner mentioned, and installation of electric vehicle charging stations for city fleet, and that will be both at the city yard and behind here at City Hall. And that concludes my presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. The Community Services Department offers Torrance residents and guests experiences that enrich all aspects of well-being and engender a sense of community through programs and services in the specialized areas of cultural arts, libraries, parks, and recreation. Next slide, please. This is our staffing chart. Also, I'll mention here that is included as administrative services, which provides the housing improvement program, park rangers, coyote management, and animal control. Next slide, please. Fiscal year 2023 staffing is proposed at just over 227 employees, comprised of full-time, recurrent, and seasonal staff. This reflects a decrease of 3.5 positions from the prior year. Next slide, please. Revenues and expenses are now aligned under the general fund following a transition from enterprise and specialized funds. Revenue projects continued recovery from the pandemic. Direct expenses are flat, but included are citywide increases as noted for fleet services, self-insurance, and CPI. Next slide, please. Modest capital improvements, improving our public facilities and park amenities are planned while grant funding is pursued for additional park amenity enhancements. Next slide, please. Our major projects and initiatives are among the following. Fee analysis for better cost recovery over the year. We'll look for that in fiscal 23-24. Continued landscape improvements for waterwise and native plantings at Civic Center, Discovery, and Wilson Park. The installation of the new tar plant preserve is part of our grant agreement at the new Trans Center site. A repeat of the pop-up Nomad Public Art pop-up art festival in the late summer. Activation analysis of the Open Plus system at the El Retiro Library, which is key card remote access entry to the library. Internal formation of a committee to start to build our programming ahead of the 2024 Summer Olympics will then feed into the 2028 Los Angeles Summer Olympics. Underwriting and sponsorships for our signature programs and special events, as well as comprehensive digital facility and park central brochure, again, to enhance our revenue opportunities for park use. That concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Next slide, please. The Community Development Department is responsible for promoting a quality living environment by guiding the development and maintenance of the city. The Community Development Department has a vital role in shaping the future of the city by reflecting the aspirations of its citizens, creating an orderly, attractive, and functional city, ensuring a safe building environment, assisting residents and businesses with their improvements, and providing the development and preservation of affordable housing. Next slide, please. The Community Development Department covers a wide range of operations that oversee various quality of life initiatives, including building, engineering, plan check, permits, inspections, current and comprehensive planning, compliance, planning, code compliance, geographic informational system, and the city's public housing authority. Next slide, please. The next two slides represent the department's proposed staffing. Due to budget constraints over the last few years, you will notice the staffing level for fiscal year 22-23 is slightly lower than that it was for fiscal year 2018-19. Two changes worth highlighting include the addition of one environmental quality officer and the downgrade of the former Deputy Community Development Director to a planning associate position. In regards to the environmental quality officer position, this was authorized by the City Council as part of the reinstallation of the airport noise monitoring system. This authorization did not create a new position, but instead accounted for the actual number of permanent environmental quality officer positions within that department. Next slide, please. While the department is budgeted for 68 positions, the department is managing with 56 permanently filled positions, one part-time position, and 3 temporary appointments to assist in keeping up with the department's busy environment. Next slide, please. The next slide represents the department's overall revenues and expenditures. Torrance continues to be an attractive city to invest in, which is apparent as the department on a whole remains to be very busy processing entitlements for new development and remodels and rehabilitations. The Permit Center is currently servicing an average of 100 customers per day. Next slide, please. The department also has a number of enterprise funds. The first enterprise fund is the AQMD Subvention Fund, which is intended to help reduce emissions associated with motor vehicle trips. Next slide, please. The next account is the Meadow Parks account, which is comprised of the maintenance of 2 city-owned parking lots located on Madison Street near the intersection of Sky Park Drive. While the city maintains the upkeep of these 2 lots, the cost of maintenance is shared among other property owners in the areas that have dedicated spaces within these lots. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the Section 8 account, which is a federally funded program through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. It enables income-eligible families, senior citizens, disabled and handicapped persons the ability to reside in privately owned, decent, safe, and sanitary housing. Next slide, please. This slide shows the successor agency operating budget, which manages existing agreements, make payments identified on the recognized obligation payment schedule, otherwise known as ROPS, and disposes of redevelopment assets and properties as directed by the Oversight Board. Next slide, please. The next account is the van pool account. We currently have 140 employees participating in this program, which helps reduce regional air pollution, traffic congestion, as well as advances access to mass transit opportunities. Next slide, please. There are a number of capital improvements that the Community Development Department oversees. However, this is not from the point of construction, but instead operation, which assists the department in efficiency as well as improvement of services offered to the community. Next slide, please. Finally, while the department has a number of goals for the next fiscal year, a few of them on the forefront include adoption of the citywide seismic retrofit ordinance to help buildings build without the needed, to help address buildings built without the needed seismic retrofitting, adoption of the 2022 California Building Code standards prior to January 1st, 2023, when the new code will become effective statewide, implementation of the outdoor dining activity program. This originally came out of the COVID pandemic and trying to keep businesses open. It has worked well, and now we're looking to transition to a more permanent program. Land use update and adoption of an environmental justice element. Both items are related to the city's updated housing element. Adoption of the administrative citation fines ordinance. While generally the residents and businesses comply with the different city codes, this can still be challenging at times. The adoption of an administrative citation fine ordinance will give staff an additional tool to gain compliance when needed. Lastly, adoption of an updated Housing Authority's administrative plan, which defines the policies for administering the different voucher programs managed by the Housing Authority, as well as opening of the Section 8 waiting list. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to check on process. We asked are we asking questions after each section, or should we wait till everyone finishes at the end? That's fine.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Kim Turner, Transit Director. Tonight I will present a brief overview of Transit's enterprise budget for FY 2022 to 2023, discuss our staffing needs, and our priority capital projects. Next slide. Torrance Transit mission is to provide safe, reliable, inexpensive, and courteous service to our customers, the people who live, work, and do business in the city of Torrance. Torrance operates 362 days a year, 20 hours a day. Prior to the COVID, we transported approximately 4 million passengers per year on our fixed route bus service and the Torrance Community Transit Program for our seniors and disabled residents. Next slide. The Transit Department currently consists of 3 divisions: administration, operations, and maintenance, and 2 new special teams that report to the director, myself. The planning and design team oversees the long-term service planning, and the transportation facility operation team will oversee the operation of the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center when it opens. Our department is undertaking a number of exciting projects to support multimodal travel and enhance regional connectivity. We acquired and now operate Line 13 on the western portion of the Artesia Corridor, and the Torrance Transit will enhance Line 10 to create the Torrance to Florence service that will operate from South Torrance to the SoFi Stadium and Entertainment District in the city of Inglewood. Next slide. The information on this slide and the following slides show our projected staffing needs for the fiscal year. Transit will be adding 1 custodial position and 1 principal human resource analyst position while eliminating 1 human resource analyst position. Next slide. These changes increases our staffing levels from 195.8 to 196.8 full-time equivalent employees. This is an increase of 1 staff member. Next slide. The initial projections of our operating revenue is approximately $39.7 million for fiscal year 2023. This is primarily due to one-time federal grant funds, such as the CARES Act, CARISA, and ARPA funds, to assist with any funding shortfalls that may occur at the state level due to COVID impacts on the economy. So again, these are one-time funds. Additionally, Transit is actively pursuing and competing for any grants that we are eligible for, such as the recent $6.2 million capital for electric buses. Next slide. Oh, same slide. Go back. Okay. The bottom of this slide. The operating expenditures are expected to increase approximately $38.3 million in FY 2023. Thanks to the 3 stimulus funds I mentioned previously, Transit is projecting a small surplus of fiscal year 2022 of $4 million and possibly FY 23 $1 million. It should be noted that what appears to be a $5.1 million deficit on this chart in 2021 column is in actuality an accrual entry in the depreciation line and does not represent an actual cash expenditure. Also, it should be noted that transit revenues operate in line with the fiscal year for the feds, which is from October 1st through September 30th, which is 1 quarter behind the city's fiscal year. We believe with continued aggressive grant writing, conservative spending, and expansion of service, we will be able to maintain a balanced budget. Next slide. In terms of major projects and initiative, Torrance Transit currently has 9 priority projects we are pursuing to help improve mobility, reduce greenhouse gases, and improve our air quality in the region. They are the completion of the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center by the summer of this year, and a big thanks to Public Works and General Services for overseeing this project. We're also looking to initiate phase 2, construction of the multi-level parking structure in preparation for the Line C extension here to Torrance Terminus. Extension of the Line 10 again, Torrance to Florence to SoFi Stadium during our summer service modification program. continue a path towards the zero emission in electric vehicles, to launch the return of the red car trolley project and service, to remodel the Albert Eisen Transit Facility in the city yard, and to continue to aggressively seek, recruit, and retrain our new staff. We have to have new employees in order to do our service expansion. And before I conclude, I just want to say thank you to my awesome team led by Mr. James Lee, our administration manager, who does a heck of a job making sure that the money we get, we utilize in accordance with the regulations and that we pass all of our audits with flying colors. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Craig Bilazarian from Public Works. I have the next 16 informative slides. Next slide, please. So a little bit about what Public Works does is we collect refuse, green waste, and recycling. We perform street sweeping. We provide potable drinking water to the community. About 80% of the city is served by Torrance Municipal Water. We also maintain the streets, the alleys. Traffic signals is about 123 of them. Our storm drains, our sumps, our sewer, and our water systems. And finally, our 37,000 and growing in height, and also the number of trees, as well as the public landscaping and the medians. Our engineering department handles all the major infrastructure projects. They also oversee traffic engineering, and we also are the liaison department for the Traffic and the Water Commission. And lastly, we support all departments. Next slide, please. This is a graphic of our organizational chart with all the missions and all the responsibilities that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. This is the first of two. The most important column would be on the right-hand side. Very minimal changes. Some of these are committed from prior budget cut promises, and we're also just reallocating some of the positions. Next slide, please. The net change is -1, so we're approximately 209. We're going to 208 positions. Next slide, please. This moves into our general fund operating budget. The finance director mentioned some changes here, so I'll just really highlight it. On the biggest change really are two items, and these are in the expenditure section. The first line related to salaries, we're reallocating charges into the general fund. That has to do primarily with the engineering staff, the way we charge the projects and enterprise funds. Not all of their time is really billed to those, and so we have to have about 7.5% of those charges be in the general fund. So this is a realignment to make sure the expenditures in the budget match the actuals. And we're also shifting some charges related to street sweeping into the general fund. Currently, a third of the charges of the city's street sweeping is already in the general fund. This change will move the remaining 2/3. And then 2 lines down from that, for materials and supplies, that $2 million is related to our vehicle replacement and fuel costs that are both increasing. Next slide, please. This is one of the enterprise funds for our sanitation operating budget. The same thing in the expenditure section, really just the savings that on that first line of salaries, the 582 is because of the transfer I just mentioned into general fund. And then the materials and supplies are related to fleet labor and fuel costs. Next slide, please. This relates to the sewer enterprise fund. Pretty much the same thing. The negative on the salaries is for the engineering transfers. And a little bit lower where we talk about operating transfers out, that -1.7, that's related to capital project appropriations. Next slide, please. On the water side, on revenues, just to highlight, the $4 million is related to increased recycled water use at the refinery. So we're showing this as a revenue in the budget. Next slide, please. On the water side, this relates to the enterprise fund for operating expenditures. Again, the negative on the salaries is related to the engineering shift. And a little bit further down on the water supply costs, it's a little over $8 million. There's a couple of components, 3 components to that. The first is in the current budget fiscal year that we're in, when we progress to the next fiscal year, the North Torrance Wellfield project will not yet be online as of July 1. And so as a precautionary measure, we're putting for the entire fiscal year the fact that we would be still spending for the purchase of imported water at a higher rate. But once that well field comes online, which we're projecting by the end of August at the latest, we're almost there. The supply chain affected the electrical components, but we'll go through our testing quickly and we should be online in August. And so when we come to the end of the fiscal year and we do the reporting, the actuals for expenditures should be lower, but that's $2 million of the $8 million. The next is that we're actually going to be spending a little bit more from water costs related to Goldsworthy desalter. As water costs go up in the industry. So does Goldsworthy. That's a facility at the city yard that we actually operate on behalf of WRD. Their costs go up and we use water from that facility. We have to pay that increase. And then the other part of it is facility charges, which I know the finance department in more detail has those, but it's a component of it as well. Next slide, please. Finally, on our operating budget, this has to do with the street lighting. As you know, we do our hearing to levy assessments every year. It's going to be coming up in May and June. And essentially, there's two components of it. It's a general benefit and a special benefit. This really adjusts the fund to only focus on the special benefit, which is revenue collected from the property tax bills of those who are in the city. Next slide, please. This moves on to our capital improvement plan. There's 3 pages of these. I won't go into every project, but essentially, if you could go to the next slide. Projects listed here, you may see the name of the project listed twice, but it's because it probably has multiple funding sources. And then next slide. The total amount of capital of projects that we have over the next 4 fiscal years is a little over $70 million, about $73 million. And the last slide, next slide, please. This is the first of 2. We have the 2 on the top of the list. Maybe I should have put 1 and 2 as 1, but North Torrance Wellfield, obviously, that's going to be closer to completion in July. Just mentioned that. The Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center, I'd like to thank Sean and Kim, both all of our departments in the city manager's office. We're all working hard to get this to the finish line, I can promise you that. So thanks to the team. We're also working right now at the intersection for Bullet 3, PCH and Hawthorne. This is a grant-funded project through the South Bay Measure R Highway program. We're going to be under construction until probably January of next year. We're in the first phase now. It's going pretty smoothly, and knock on wood, it'll continue that way. But please avoid it for avoiding traffic impacts. Thank you. Bullet number 4, it's the I-405 at 182nd and Crenshaw Boulevard interchange. That project is led by Caltrans. They are the lead agency. But on my staff, Beth Overstreet and her team and Steve Fenton have been diligent in making sure that Caltrans complies with all the things that requirements we have here, such as maybe noise concerns, traffic concerns, and there's a permitting process that we followed. So that's going smoothly. And we think they're probably about 12 to 14 months away from completing the project. And that's going to be a major improvement in northern Torrance for circulation in that particular area. And lastly, to address vacancies. That 206 is 3 too low. Remember earlier I mentioned we have 209 budgeted positions, but the 40 has changed to 43 since the slide presentation was made. So we're addressing vacancies, but I really want to compliment my team. Everyone in Public Works right now is pulling a very heavy load. We're meeting the needs of the community as best we can. We appreciate patience, but I really want to commend my team between the efforts during normal time and overtime to get things done. Next slide. And finally, these are our annual and ongoing projects. So residential and arterial street repairs, including slurry seals. Those are things that we bring to the council, and we thank you for your support. We're actively doing 3 projects right now. That also has a companion project of sidewalk repairs for handicap accessibility. We also are doing some improvement to our traffic signal communication network. We received a grant to improve kind of the communication devices between the signals, so they'll be coordinating better, be smarter, we'll be able to move traffic more efficiently. Citywide streetscape, as you know, we've been planting a lot of trees and beautifying medians. Louis Ochoa and his staff have been great. There's a lot of vacancies in that division too, so kudos to them for all the hard work they're doing to make the city look beautiful. Number 5, developing our proposed new 5-year sewer rates. We'll probably be coming back to the council sometime after July 1 with the proposed sewer rates. Subsequent to that, we'll also be looking at our water and sanitation rates as well. And lastly, we're still looking to explore the relinquishment of Hawthorne Boulevard between PCH and Redondo Beach Boulevard. What most people may not be aware of, this is actually a highway or facility that is owned and operated by the state. And there's portions that have been relinquished over time. Lawndale has relinquished. We took the ownership of Artesia Boulevard back in the late 90s. There are 2 small components of that roadway that are actually in Redondo Beach. And we are a little bit ahead of them where we've already received legislative approval to proceed. They have not. They are exploring it. So we're looking at that because that would be a major benefit potentially to the city if it pans out financially. It'll help from a development perspective on the community development permitting side, as well as giving us potential control of all the signals on the boulevard, which we don't control now. and that does impact traffic. With that, that concludes, and I'm available for questions after. Thank you.
Sheila Poussin with Finance once again. Next slide. The non-departmental budget includes those costs that are not specific to a department or they're citywide in nature, such as labor union salaries, indirect cost reimbursements, contributions to capital and replacement funds, and lastly, program subsidies. Next slide. This slide lists major items that are included in non-departmental budget, including those programs, events, and subsidies that I mentioned previously, and the indirect cost reimbursements by fund. Next slide. And this also then details the $8.6 million in capital under the non-departmental major items line item. Next slide. That concludes the presentation from our departments tonight. Staff is available for questions council may have, and I encourage you, as mentioned earlier, this session it provides City Council the opportunity to review each individual department in a greater level of detail. Thank you.
Thank you to all staff for putting this together. It's really invaluable to go through the budgeting process with some education behind it, so that we're not going in there opening a book for the first time and seeing some shock items and some pleasant items, but this gives us food for thought, and we can delve into it, and perhaps, I know we're going to have a balanced budget, as of June 30, always by law. Any questions by the council? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the mayor just said, we're going to have a balanced budget for the next cycle. I assume the next cycle would mean 2022, 2023, correct?
Correct.
So, Sheila, I just want to make sure I got this package from the last council meeting. So if I went to the page that says the 10-year forecast, this one's with all my scribbles in there. If I looked under the 2022 to 2023 column, where the last time I saw it, I think I see like a $976K deficit. What you're saying is that the next time we see this forecast, it will not be showing a deficit. Is that correct?
Correct. As mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, what is not included or what was not included in the last presentation were the proposed reductions from the fire department. So if we include those reductions, which are roughly $1.8 million, that would then put us into a balanced position.
Right. And then I think last time I asked, even with the fire department's reductions, that column also assumes all departments are fully staffed.
Correct.
Okay. So that sets it. And then I think earlier when you started the presentation, you said that part of this presentation assumes like a 2% increase in salary. This is just across the board, what that means. So there is an increase in salary, roughly 2%.
Correct.
Okay. And with that, we still have a balanced budget in the forecast.
Correct.
Okay. Let me just go to where my dog ears is. Let's see, maybe the first question. It goes to, I think, Mr. LaRock. I don't know if he's still here. Yeah.
Mayor and council, as department heads come up, if you do have questions, if you could ask them while they're here, that'd be helpful. And then you can all take turns and invite other departments.
No, I'd rather see them go back and forth, get some steps in.
And it's only 11:05, so we're ready.
So in the major projects section, there's a couple of them that piqued my interest. I just thought maybe you can embellish. I think number 6, this is Committee Formation and Plan 2024 Summer Olympics Complementary Programs. Can you just give us a few words what that means?
Thank you, Councilmember Chen, John LaRock, Community Services Department. What we intend to do is to have a halo footprint on the majority of our programming across community services that addresses the presence of the Summer Olympics in Paris in 2024, to start to build programmatic excitement towards the 2028 Los Angeles Summer Olympics, so that we're positioning interest and hopeful collaboration with LA 2028 to do any number of different programs in Torrance, whether those are one-off events or programming associations. Obviously, our new relationship with the LA Galaxy and AEG will also offer some opportunities for us. So we're just going to strategize on how, from having youth Olympic programming in our sports activities, in our libraries, the history of the Olympics, the history of Greece. There are a lot of opportunities we can really explore, art exhibits that relate to the Olympics and so forth. We want to have that halo footprint on our programs, so we're leading up to what is a culminating moment for the area with the 2028 Olympics.
Okay, so if there's opportunity to do some type of international youth summer games competition, would that fit in that item 6?
Well, what I'm discussing really doesn't have much of a budget impact.
Right.
If we were to engage in an actual active participating role in the cultivation of participating athletes and qualifications, that's probably a third-party arrangement we'd want to explore, right. And it could be that LA 2028 could partner with us on that type of endeavor. We can certainly explore that.
Right. Okay, because I know we had that discussion
certainly
after you came on board.
Yes.
Item 7. Identify underwriting sponsorship for signature programs, special events. Maybe you can give a few words about
certainly,
that.
Certainly, as we've discussed recently with regards to July 4th fireworks, summer concerts, we feel it's very easy for us to start to offset those general fund burdens, which are low-cost items ultimately in our budget. We think there are viable candidates in our corporate Torrance community that could withstand some fundraising to the city and have some naming rights assigned to them. We'll be working with Fran Fulton and Chamber of Commerce on that effort.
Okay, with that in mind, so if I flip to this package, page 70, what Sheila just shared with us, the non-departmental major items from Sister City all the way down to youth government activities, Seaside Rancho Holiday Lights, would those fit in that category we're looking at?
I'm mentioning them specifically for the events that community services is directly involved with, which is typically the fireworks and the summer concerts and some of our other outlay activities. But certainly the modeling of that could apply to any of those special one-off events that are listed there. We're currently working with Roseville Association and Sister Cities to try and educate them on some more aggressive fundraising and underwriting opportunities. They're kind of, bottom feeding, if you will, with very low dollar donations.
Right.
We're trying to get them to accelerate that just in anticipation of a position the city might face in the future where that funding might not be fully available.
Exactly. That's why I was trying to tie, your major programs. The comments there seem to fit some of these non-departmental ones, and something I would be interested in looking at when I guess it's May, Sheila, when we talk about proposal with each of these areas to see if whoever is running the head of that program could provide us some information on what kind of activities they're doing to get, additional donation, sponsorship, maybe, how much funds they have in their bank account, so we have an idea, how they're doing, how healthy they are. That's the kind of things I'm looking for as the next time around. So I think that's all I have for community service for now. I'll see if anyone else have questions.
Anybody else have any questions for Ms. LaRocque? I see none. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Any other questions for any other executive management? I see none. Councilmember Chen?
I guess it's me again, Mayor. Yes, this next one is community development. Thing is, when I waited this long, I almost forget what my question was. So that's why I was asking earlier, do I interact? I think, just want to make sure I read this correctly. I know that on page 36, Michelle, of the budgeted staffing, I think at the bottom, if I look at it, I'll make sure I read it correctly. 68 would be roughly fully staffed, and I think you said, as of now, you're operating at roughly 56
Correct.
ish. Okay. And are we doing, and we're still doing a gangbuster job, sounds like, for now?
Correct.
Okay. And then the permit center, we're averaging, with 56 staff out of the 68, you're still keeping the tempo roughly 100 permit visits per day at the permit center.
Yes, I'd like to echo what a lot of the department heads have stated tonight with their own department staff, that they're doing an exceptional job and continue to work as diligently as possible due to the understaff. However, just so it is also clear, we are in the process of filling those positions, and it's just the timing it takes to go through that process.
Right. Okay. So on the Meadow Park operating budget, this is one maybe, it may be obvious, but maybe not, at least when you were talking about it. I think these are like the parking lots, and no near Sky Park in Madison. So we maintain, that's just a pure parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And we maintain that, and then there's some businesses nearby. I think we have an estimate. I remember we charge X dollars per slot, something like that. So am I reading correctly? If I straight down proposed 2022, 2023 revenue minus expenditure, that it may be small dollars if I read that correctly. Is that we're negative $5,000 maintaining a parking lot for, so we can't adjust the fees for the parking lot, at least we break even? That's what I was wondering.
The parking lot, not all of the parking spaces are allocated. So those so you take the total number of parking spaces, divide it by the amount of total expenses that were done that year, and it comes up with a per space. And then it's divided among, there's 8 property owners, each with a different number of spaces that are allocated to them, and then they each paid their fair share. But there's still a remaining amount that are not, that actually belong to the city, that are not occupied by any property owner.
Councilman Sheila Poussin with Finance, allow me to also add that and reiterate that since the budget is still in the development process, we're still going through each individual line item. Based on what you're looking at here, we'll likely adjust the professional contract services line to balance that out.
That's what I was hoping to hear, right? Because we're maintaining the parking lot at negative. It just seems like maybe we can make that at least a 0. That's all I have for community development. I have a dog ear, but it's not your department. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for community development? I see none. Thank you. Any other questions?
It's me again, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
It's for transit.
Yes.
Hi, Kim.
Hello.
It's page 51, the major projects. I think when you went down the, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you went down all of them. I just thought maybe you could embellish a little bit what item 7 means.
Okay, right. That's the enhancement of the Torrance Community Transit Program, which is our senior and disabled program. We are looking to put an RFP out for the new taxis, but also look at TNCs and see what type of service they can provide and how their service compares to what we currently have.
Okay, so that's like this, the seniors who want to take a Uber or a Lyft, I guess, they get a discount. Okay, I think you skipped that one earlier, that's why I asked you.
Sorry, thank you.
It's all right, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Any other questions for staff? How would the council like to proceed?
Mayor, if we may check the call center.
I forgot about them, yeah. Andy?
Yes, we have a few callers on the
Oh,
line.
a few.
Transferring them now. Porchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, Patrick Furry, You should know about the call center and listen to the people who call in. Maybe you are too senile, or you just do this directly, so you don't want to hear from
Do you
your
have a
constituents.
comment, or you just want to criticize? You have something
Yeah,
to
I
say?
have a comment. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Turda, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a comment. Yeah, you should know the rules, sir.
Come on, Mr. Turda.
Yeah.
You know the rules?
Talking about, okay, you violated again the right, you motherfucker.
Oh, nice
I did
language.
not tell my name, you motherfucker.
Mr.
You call me
Turda.
pork chop, motherfucker.
Mr. Turda.
Anyway, getting back to that thing what I called in for, not to argue with you, motherfucker, in the middle.
Such terrible language,
This is
Mr.
again-
Turda.
No, this is freedom of speech, you cocksucker.
Oh, that's worse. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's right, you motherfucker. You violating people's rights. You don't let them call in, and you don't like freedom of speech.
Do you have a question
Fuck
or
you,
a comment?
motherfucker.
You just call up to
Fuck
cuss?
You.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Duke, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hey, how you guys doing? Luke with RC Track. Just been following along with you guys all night. But since we're talking about budgets and stuff like that, I noticed that there wasn't, you know, as far as our nonprofit goes, we weren't really going to ask the city for any type of funds or anything. But since we are talking budget, is it possible maybe we explore some options in order to try to create some type of funding for the nonprofit working with the city? I know it's not technically an approved project yet, so I just was throwing it out there, see where it could lead us. But thank you guys. You guys deserve a break right now, though.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Melissa, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. Hi. I'm calling regarding the list of non-departmental major items. And the question I have is regarding the number for the Armed Forces Day Parade. It says 81,400. It seems to me that when it was discussed earlier this year, it was actually more like 200,000 when you added in the time needed from the police and the overtime. I'm just wondering if that's right, because I know the Seaside Rancho Holiday Lights, that dollar amount is basically all police time. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the Armed Forces Day Parade amount is accurate. And that was it. Thank you.
Ms. Poizon?
Mayor, moving on to the next caller.
Oh, wait after.
Maureen, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening. Good evening. I would like information with regard to the amount of money set aside for animal control, staffing, and services. And also, I'd like a detailed description of what this red car trolley project is about. Thank you.
Got that?
Mayor, this concludes the callers for items 9C. Thank you.
I have three questions. The Armed Forces Day Parade money, and then what is the red car? And the last one was animal control.
That's right. Mayor and City Council, this is Sheila Poisson with Finance. To address the first question from the caller regarding the budget and non-departmental for Armed Forces Day, this budget includes the materials and contract services piece, the overtime piece of it from the police department and various other departments. So that difference between the 81,000 and the 200,000 and so that she had quoted is budgeted for in the salaries line items in the respective departments. I will move on to the red card trolley project. If the transit director wants to add more, but from my knowledge, the red card trolley project will be grant funded. And, oh, I'm sorry, animal control staffing is within the community services budget. Oh, you know what, let me
Need some more information on
backtrack.
transit there.
I'll backtrack to the question on red car trolley. Transit Director Kim Turner is available.
Thank you, yes.
An explanation of what it is, too.
Yeah, the caller asked for a detailed explanation as to what the program is. As we move forward with our electrification of our vehicles, the Red Car Trolley project is just an extension of that, where we're looking to provide service within the neighborhood areas. It will be a different service than our regular fixed route service. It's going to traverse throughout the neighborhoods, through Old Town Torrance, to the hotels, and possibly to the beach. We currently receive funding for that, and the goal right now is to finish the MOUs to get the funds to come this way. James is working on that. And once we get the funds here, we'll be looking at purchasing electric vehicles that would look like a red car, because the Regional Transit Center is across the street from the old red car manufacturing company. So we wanted to take that nostalgic look and put it on that vehicle for that particular service. And that's why we created the return of the Red Car Trolley project. So it will be trolley vehicles, sorta, but it's gonna look like a red car. So with that, James, if you want to add it.
It's internal circulator.
Yes, it's more of a city circulator. Yes. As far as cost, James has those numbers.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, members of the council, James Lee, Transit Department. Just to piggyback on what Kim stated, as most of you know, the reason why Torrance Transit came into existence is because the Pacific Red Car Trolley went out of existence. And that's the reason why we were founded back in 1940. In terms of funding, we did apply for, and we will be receiving up to $5 million for this project, so it will not be part of the city's budget process. It'll be completely grant funded, and the operation of the service will also be grant funded too, so it's not part of the city's general fund. Thank you.
I think that explained it to the caller. And the last one is the animal control.
Mayor and City Council, this is Sheila Poisson with Finance once again. The animal control budget within community services, the total cost is roughly net $220,000, with revenues expected to be $274,000 and expenses, which is both salaries and contract services, of $494 for a net cost of $220. That includes 2 animal control officers. If community services can confirm if there are more staff allocated other than the 2 animal control officers to the animal control program?
I got a single that was a no.
Okay, the answer would be no. So I believe that answers that question.
Yeah. Well, we've taken the calls, we've taken the questions, and now how does council wish to proceed on item 9C? Any direction, a motion?
I'll move to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
On to 9D, as in David, from Finance and Government Operations Committee. Accept and file fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year budget review report and approve the program modifications. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Good evening. Still evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met on March 29th, 2022 to discuss the fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year budget review report. The committee was presented with a report on mid-year results, year-end forecast, and multiple program modifications. All items were unanimously approved with the exception of recommendation number 7 related to the fire department, where committee member Griffiths voted no on that item. I would like to thank staff very much for their presentation, as well as committee members for their participation and input. At this time, I would like to turn the time over to staff to present the committee's recommendations to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Anam Chaparian, City Manager. Your Honor, members of City Council, before we proceed with the Finance Director's update, I would like to take this opportunity to summarize some of my comments that I made before the Finance and Government Operations Committee. As you know, reviewing the budget documents before you, and before I go into that, just want to take this moment to thank all the departments over the course of the last 2 meetings, which started as an exercise last year to share our department updates with you and the community in the interest of creating transparency, open government, and really an opportunity for us to share all the services that we provide with the community. The good news is significant revenue recovery. I think we mentioned extraordinary under the circumstances we experienced in prior years due to the pandemic. We've seen customer demand pick up, especially auto industry, recovery in the retail sector, which is all great news. However, I have to be able to balance the other side of the ledger with not so good news. More for awareness as we set the tone for our next operating budget in the mid-year adjustment. Areas such as litigation, self-insurance, equipment replacement, low reserves, multi-year employee contracts, the need for multi-year contracts, reliance on vacancies to balance the budget, which are not sustainable. As much as we give credit to all the employees for their hard work and dedication, they're under very strenuous conditions over the course of the last few years, having to pick up for those employees who left us for other opportunities while focusing on delivering quality customer service. It's appreciated, it's recognized. I don't think it's sustainable to the level for us to rely on that as an ongoing basis. We've experienced more employee resignations for other agencies than ever before. Folks are looking for opportunities. We've been in a holding pattern. Our employee contracts for general employees expired in June of 2020. That's going on 2 years without any adjustments. And then speaking of major uncertainty remains with the conflict in Ukraine. We're seeing fluctuation in the stock market. Inflation is all-time high, the rise in interest rates, and the high fuel costs, just to name a few this week. Some of my goals as we move forward, I shared before, and I'll remind again to the council and the community, is to have a balanced budget. Obviously, it's by law. It's also our business practice. Rebuild and maintain reserves at a minimum of 20%. I think the uncertainty and all the fluctuations we've experienced, that provides us a buffer. It's a good industry practice. We are getting ready to hopefully negotiate at least short-term and then eventually multi-year contracts with our firefighters. Their MOU expires in June. The TPOA, the police officers and the commanders, expires December of 23. The general employees, as I mentioned, have been without a contract for 2 years now. We are also getting ready for the council transition, which is less than 3 months from today. That also entails onboarding, training, orientations, and just the whole transition. Employee training, engagement, retention, recruitment of top talent remains a key priority. And the concept we're working through our office and IT and other departments, all of our departments, will be to introduce project management tools to ensure the following outcomes. Setting milestones and project deliverables. As you've seen, we have several capital projects on the horizon. Establishing budget controls as a good business practice and having a fiduciary responsibility. Meeting project deadlines. Measuring successful outcomes and reporting those outcomes to our community. Cross-departmental electronic access to track these projects in real time. Ability to provide public reports on project status instantaneously. And then build accountability to track and report on major projects across multiple departments. And if I may, and as we transition to the fiscal operating budget, I would recommend the following action items to enhance transparency and embrace the budget stewardship. We will set up a website that will report on all these factors, including where we are with our 20% goal, with your concurrence on the operating fund reserve, maintaining a balanced budget, as I mentioned, is required by law. The unfunded amount of self-insurance, $55 million. We're trying to amortize it over 10 years. While that'll help us pay it down, we also have additional costs that incur on an annual basis. But I think setting a path forward to get us to the black will be in the right direction. The city's credit rating, goal to maintain AA. Currently, we're AA negative watch. That's a key indicator of our ability to borrow funding in the future, and it's also a key indicator for our community. Tonight, you heard the annual comprehensive financial report. We'll be posting it as well and sharing the findings. The famous list that none of us want to be on, I think we can collectively breathe a sigh of relief when we get off the state controller's fiscally challenged high-risk report. And I think the challenging decisions we made to build our reserves and resist the urgency to spend is really setting us on a sustained path of success for the long term. And that's a key indicator. OpenGov, it's a website portal that has all of our information on a fingertip. Our annual basis provide amount of unfunded pension obligations and host an annual pension presentation. The last one for this year is posted online. We will do that on an annual basis. OPEBs, other post-employment benefits. This is our portion of the retiree health contribution. Lease revenue bonds pay down. The last payment we made in 2043. Hopefully some of us will be around to celebrate that payoff. And we will not refinance, hopefully. Unfunded amount of fleet service fund, negative fund balance of $6 million. The goal is 0. Attaining the Government Financial Officers Association awards for budget, as well as our annual comprehensive financial report. Annual contribution to Section 115 Trust Fund. This is our goal is $1.8 million per year to hedge against future PERS rate fluctuations. Active capital project management and reporting. And lastly, the key ratios between our liquidity, debt burden. And in closing, we are going to work to bring forward a framework with the finance team that will have a simple financial summary indicator to capture major budget categories, including revenues, expenses, replacement cost, and balance of self-insurance. And these can be consistent measurement tools year to year, where we can track either a color grid, green, yellow, red, and it'll be the same language that all of us can speak from year to year. And it'll be a simple tool for our community to gauge where we are. Again, if we're not on that list of 10 cities and we build our reserves, I have a feeling we're on the right track. Our goal is to track and report on this methodology moving forward by providing trending analysis to ensure budget reliability and consistent reporting. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll turn over to our Finance Director, Poisson, who will recap the efforts of the Finance and Government Operations Committee and seek your recommendations. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. In summary, for the mid-year budget review for fiscal year 21 through 22, the enterprise funds as a whole are anticipated to end the year in a positive position in terms of revenues over expenditures. The general fund expects to add $13.6 million to its fund balance, once again primarily through a one-time funding source of $12 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. Economic outlook is expected to be strong throughout the end of the fiscal year, though staff remain conservative going into fiscal year 23 as certain economic indicators such as unemployment and consumer confidence remain below pre-pandemic levels. And additionally, as we all know, record high inflation levels will be impacting consumers' discretionary income directly in their pocketbooks. Areas of concern that were highlighted in addition to the city manager's comments include increasing costs in the self-insurance fund. As I mentioned in the previous item, it's anticipated that the self-insurance fund will be sitting at over negative $60 million at year end, and the fleet services replacement fund being underfunded for future needs by about $4.8 million, and lastly, low cash balances. Both the full report and the full presentation slides that were presented to the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee on March 29th are available on the city's finance website. With that, the recommendation from the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee is that City Council, 1, accept and file the fiscal year 21-22 mid-year budget review report. 2, approve the increase of water fund expenditure budget by $2,775,000. To clarify, the $2 million relates to increased water supply costs related to the delays in the operation of the North Torrance well field. The revenues should be able to cover that for this fiscal year. And the $775,000 increase in the expenditure budget relates to the write-off of delinquent balances from the pandemic. However, there was a grant received of that exact amount that should be able to offset that. There are also several program modifications that come forward from the city manager's office, fire department, and the finance department. So recommendations listed 3, 4, 5, and 6 relate to the city manager reorganization. That includes the city manager's office, communications and information technology, CIT department, the finance department, and human resources division. The increase of $155,642 on recommendation 6 is indirectly offset by identified revenues through a new contract with the Torrance Refining Company. The recommendation number 7 from the fire department for staff assistant position upgrade, EMS coordinator salary grid modifications, and the addition of 7 ambulance operators. That is actually a net budget reduction of $4,571 through additional revenues with reduction of the transports from our third party McCormick. And lastly, the number 8 recommendation from the finance department to adjust salary grids for the senior account clerk and accountant positions to address significant turnover in those classifications and to align titles and pay with comparable cities. That concludes the presentation from staff, and staff are available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Poizon. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we'll begin to transfer the call. Camille, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now. Camille, are you still on the line? Sheila, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
The fact that you are even, like, one, this is such an ineffective way to govern. You're sitting here talking about all of this, and you're not doing it in person, for one. And two, you're going to sit here and waste more money on the police, the same police department that is under investigation, the same police department that is responsible for the murder of multiple people, including Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and you refuse to do basic common things that could hold them accountable and that could also save you a bunch of money in lawsuits and also just save you some degree of reputation or name, even though none of you have any to speak of anymore. It's well known that each and every one of you are white supremacists. That Torrance, Torrance, California is a white supremacist.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now. Mary Ann, are you still on the phone? Luke, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, going back to the police officers, where you guys spent the money for the 19 units. I really like Matucci. You were able to at least think outside the box. That was really cool on offering that other suggestion, because that would help. I know I speed sometimes, but that police car would definitely help, like sitting right on the side of Hawthorne Boulevard or something. But you should have just, say 50 grand. You guys could have saved 50 grand. We're talking budgets and all that and adjustments. We could have just done 18 units, 50 grand's like maybe a drop in the bucket for you guys, but 50 grand's 50 grand. That's all I have to say.
Porkchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm going to talk on 9D this time, and all I see here increase water funds, increase general funds, increase general operating, blah, 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 increase self-insurance, and this and that. But the funniest part is adding 7 ambulance operators gonna be a reduction of $4,571. I never see in my life BS like this, throwing smoke and sand in people's eyes. So if everything is increased, then how are you saving on the budget? Or what is this all about? Showing you're increasing everything when you don't have an income? All of you are fools. It's all increases, increasing, and adding 7 positions, you're saving money. Unbelievable.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jay, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
It is absolutely absurd for you guys to think that you guys should increase any of the police budget, but let alone by $30 million when this is the entity that has embarrassed your whole community. Let's remind you guys that you guys have made the actual national news, your police department, on their racist bigotry. They have cost your city money in lawsuits. Why would you even contemplate on raising any of their money? Obviously, not on training, because no amount of training can make a moron understand that you shouldn't put a swastika on a goddamn car. So literally, you have 13% of your officers that need to be fired, let alone getting any type of raises. That is literally stupid. So I oppose any increase. Defund their asses because they embarrass your whole goddamn city. If you had the slightest.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
$30 million is a lot of money that could go to true safety and health and be invested properly. Like, for example, in housing, like the rent stabilization that folks have been calling in about over and over again. Further investing in supportive components to, like, in the interim housing group, not the contract policing you're tying them to, but that group that can support folks. Local and physical and mental health support, after-school programs, elder care, a living wage for the people who work for your city, who are answering our calls right now and doing all this grudge work for you, that you underpay. We've seen the sheets. They are not even making a reasonable living wage. All the critical jobs, other than policing, who you invest in the most, by the way,
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Camille, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Yes. Okay, I just wanted you to know that you need to fire the officers responsible for murdering Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You need an oversight. Oh my God, you need an oversight civilian committee like right now.
Ma'am, you're not talking on
one
topic. We're going to cut you off.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. And this concludes callers for items 9D. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't gather any questions for staff out of the comments that we received on the telephone, so we'll move on. What I'm looking for is a motion to accept and file the fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year budget review report and approve program modifications.
So moved.
Mayor.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I would just request that we pull item number 7 separately to allow me a consistent vote from what I did in the committee. Item number 7 on the recommendations, I'm not going to, I don't want to say no to everything, but I do want to say no to number 7.
Okay. So Would you amend your motion to include everything except number 7?
Sure. Motion to accept and file the fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year budget review report and approve program modifications 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now I need a motion to approve the addition of 7.0 ambulance operators, staff assistant position upgrade to business manager and EMS coordinator, salary grid modification in the fire department for a reduction of $4,571.
So moved.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Move on to item 9E as an Edward from Public Works to approve a First Amendment to 208th Street reimbursement agreement and appropriate funds to Crenshaw Boulevard intersection improvements and 208th Street extension.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Shin Furukawa from Public Works. Item 9E is a recommendation to approve a First Amendment to the 208th Street reimbursement agreement with Crenshaw Delamo Partners, LLC, to increase each party's financial contribution towards the construction of the Crenshaw Boulevard intersection improvements and 208th Street extension T157. These improvements, which are being built as part of the Transit Center project, will benefit both the Transit Center as well as the Crenshaw Delamo Partners development on the north side of 208th Street. The original cost-sharing agreement, approved in 2018, stipulated that each party contributes $715,000 to the T157 project, which represented 50% of the estimated cost of the improvements. Due to additional costs incurred during construction, an additional contribution of $369,872.09 by each party is now required. The city's additional contribution will be paid for from previously appropriated Measure M and gas tax funds available in the project's contingency. Upon approval of the amendment, this item also recommends appropriating these funds received from Crenshaw Delamo Partners to the T157 project. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Is there anybody on the call center?
I don't see anybody at the call center, Mayor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, then in that case, we'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
So move.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Next item is item 9F as in Frank from Public Works to approve a categorical exemption under California Environmental Quality Act and award Public Works agreement for sidewalk repair for disabled accessibility. Mr. Dettel.
Yes, excuse me. This is a recommendation of the John Dettel, Public Works Department, sorry. This is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that the council determine that the approval of the sidewalk repair for disability accessibility project I-135 is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15301C of the guidelines of CEQA, and approve this specifications for the sidewalk repair for disability accessibility bid number B 2022-01, and award a Public Works agreement to CalBan Inc. of Santa Clarita, California, in the amount of $1,293,780, and authorize a 5% contingency of $64,689 for the construction of the sidewalk repair and disability accessibility for a 2-year period beginning April 12th and ending April 11th, 2024. Funding is available from I-135 from all non-general fund sources, and the neighborhood in question is north of Artesia, east of Crenshaw, west of Van Ness, and south of the Dominguez Channel, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dettel, for the report. In reading through the item, the one thing, I'm certainly supportive of fixing our sidewalks and so forth, and have supported that always in the past. But looking in the details, I see that it's proposed to remove 122 trees and to replace them with only 123, only a net positive increase in number of trees. And I think that's far too low. I think we should be considering we're taking out so many trees that are probably far more mature than the trees that we'll be replacing them with. I'd like to see if it's possible that we incorporate more trees in the after the work is done as more than just the net one addition.
Yes, well, we will be meeting with each resident from each house, so I can reach out to them to see if any of them would want 2 trees instead of replacing the one, but I will do that.
Yeah, the other option, obviously there's a cost to it as well, and I know a lot of these projects, there's excess money left over from either the project itself or from the supervisory services, and maybe they could utilize some of that extra money that might be left over, hopefully left over, towards additional trees. So just wanted to make the comment primarily.
Thank you.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a program where we're putting trees out, and we're doing that through Streetscape as well as Park Services.
Through Streetscape and Park.
What this is a replacement for ones that are taken off of parkways in front of homes.
Correct.
Which is normally 1 tree per home or.
Councilman and Mayor, Your Honor, Craig Bilazarian
Yes.
from Public Works. Just to add on, the funding sources for this is community development block grant funds and TDA Article 3 funds. So those are not eligible funding sources for trees per se, but on the other side, the streetscape side of the department, we're actually looking at an adopt a tree program and some other things to fill in the missing areas of the city that we could put additional trees. Our municipal code restricts us to approximately 1 tree every 50 feet, so we wouldn't necessarily be in compliance to put 2 trees on our frontage, but looking outside the project area, we can certainly explore that with other funding sources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comment? Call center?
We don't have anyone on the line for this item, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, they all went to bed. In that case, we'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
I move to concur with the recommendation for 9F.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is item 9G, as in George, from the city manager to adopt a resolution to renew general services agreement with the County of Los Angeles.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. The general services agreement allows cities to procure services from the County of Los Angeles without having to go through a lengthy contract process. A total of 87 cities in the County of Los Angeles utilize this process. The existing general services agreement with the City of Torrance will be expiring on June 30th, 2022. The county has reached out to the city to assess our interest in renewing for another 5-year term. This is a valuable service to have in the event that we need additional county services. And it's the recommendation of the city manager that City Council does renew for another 5-year period. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council? I guess the other city is Los Angeles that doesn't go into it. That's the only one I can think of that would.
It's the only one I could think of, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have no questions. How about the call center? Everybody calling in on that?
No one at the call center, Mayor. Thank you.
May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the execution of a 5-year general services agreement with the County of Los Angeles.
I move to adopt resolution 2022-30.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you again. On to item 9H from the city manager to determine city council dark nights.
Thank you, Your Honor, and honorable members of the City Council. Jordan J. Stokes, City Manager's Office. In light of the upcoming municipal election, it is recommended to your honorable body that we amend the Tuesdays of June 7th and 21st as council dark nights and reestablish the previously determined dark nights of June 14th and 28th as council meeting dates. It is further recommended that your honorable body establish council dark nights for the period of July 1st through December 31st of 2022. The proposed dates are July 5th and 19th, August 2nd, 16th, and 30th, September 6th and 20th, October 4th and 18th, November 1st, 22nd, and 29th, and December 13th and 27th. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, we have one caller. We'll transfer the person now. Porchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Well, thank you very much. Guess what? It's Porchop again. I'm going to talk about this dark night. I'm very against this dark night because look at it, it's midnight and I was going to make a picture of the crew working on the water main, but it's broken. But anyway, so why do we have so many dark nights? Why don't we just have, we tell you how much money we blow at the end of the year. Why we have dark nights and white nights and orange nights? Just go home, be with your family, talk to your friends, and just tell us how much tax increase we have to pay. That's very simple. Save the electricity and save your time, and just let's have everything dark nights. Everything dark.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up, and this concludes callers for items 9H. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. There's no further questions or comments, so take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
Motion to concur with item 9H.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9I from the city manager to approve Torrance's salute to the United States military program.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Jin Chun, City Manager's Office. Item 9I is a recommendation of the City Manager to approve Torrance's salute to the United States military program in an amount not to exceed $12,000. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, City Council made the difficult decision to postpone the 61st Annual Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration in 2020 and 2021. And to be fiscally responsible, on February 8th, City Council again postponed the celebration due to evolving COVID-19 variants and requested staff to return with an alternative Armed Forces Day program and explore the possibility of a 5K run. Staff did meet with the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce to explore bringing back the 5K for freedom, but due to several obstacles, that event has also been postponed to 2023. Staff continues to explore additional programming, including a flyover to honor our military. Due to scheduling conflicts, we have been unable to secure pilots that have volunteered in past years, but we are exploring other options. Tonight, we are requesting approval for Torrance's salute to the United States military program. Highlights of the program include banners throughout the city, a social media campaign to include community-submitted appreciation videos, replays of past concerts and parades on Torrance City Cable, and new to this year, a patriotic concert at Wilson Park. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Griffith has one.
Yeah, thanks for the report. Just curious on the concert in the park. Is that going to be the symphony, that PV Symphony that we originally talked about as a possibility? I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, Councilmember, there will be two performances, and one would be the symphony and the other one is the chorale.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Walshert.
I like the idea of the support of the armed forces, but I have a real problem spending $8,000 for a flyover. And I fail to see the value in us expending $8,000 for a very brief moment. So on that basis, I would not be favorable of that part of it.
Anybody else? Anybody in the call center?
No one at the call center, Mayor, for this item. Thank you.
I'll take a motion to approve the Torrance's salute to the United States military program and events.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Chen and Walter voting no.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9J from Public Works to concur with adoption of a mitigated negative declaration under California Environmental Quality Act and award agreements for Van Ness Avenue water wells and transmission. Ms. Overstreet, I thought this was going to be Mr. Gettle. I really did. Kind of.
Well, good morning, Honorable Mayor, members
Good
of the
morning.
council.
How are you? First one we've been to in a morning in a long time.
I know, I'm excited. Beth Overstreet here from Public Works. So, as you may already be aware, the city has been working to reduce its dependence on imported water. So, the project that is before you tonight is phase 1 of that initiative, which is to install a water transmission main line that will ultimately convey water from the city's water well locations to an existing groundwater storage and treatment facility. The second phase, which will be bid separately, is the construction of the 3 additional water wells. Tonight, there are 5 recommendations to consider for this first phase of the project. The first recommendation is the request to concur with the Planning Commission's adoption of a mitigated declaration under the California Environmental Quality Act. All environmental impacts of the project are either less than significant or can be mitigated. The second recommendation is to approve the plans and specs of the water transmission main, in which the alignment of the water main is mostly on Van Ness Avenue that will run from Descanso Park, that's just south of Artesia Boulevard, down to Border Avenue, just north of Plaza del Amo. The third recommendation is to award a public works agreement to Vito Artukovic and Son Incorporated / Vidmar Incorporated, they're a joint venture of South El Monte, California, in the amount of $14,125,857 for the construction of the project. They were found to be the lowest responsible bidder out of 5 bids submitted. Additionally, staff recommends a 5% contingency for a total amount not to exceed $14,832,149.85. And this will address any unforeseen issues within a timely manner. So any contingency funds not used would be returned to the project budget, and then they would be made available for the next phase of work. The fourth recommendation is to approve a consulting services agreement for construction inspection services in the amount of $312,248 with Z&K Consultants of Orange, California. Currently, our in-house inspectors are dedicated to other priority projects, and therefore consulting services are required. Z&K ranked the highest from the 4 proposals that were received and have successfully inspected similar projects in Torrance in a competent and responsive manner. The fifth recommendation is to approve a consulting services agreement for construction materials testing in the amount of $103,630 by Hamilton and Associates in Torrance, California. They were found to be the most qualified out of the 10 proposals received. Additionally, their office is located right along the alignment of the proposed water main, so they'd be able to provide the most cost-effective service considering reduced travel times for sampling. Funding for all of these agreements is available from the state revolving fund loan that was previously appropriated to the project. Construction is anticipated to begin this summer and would continue for approximately 1 year, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. There's a question from Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Overstreet. I've always been a big fan of the projects in our city to improve our water sourcing and lessen our dependence on imported water. I'm just curious, do you have any sense of the percentage of our total water needs that once this was all operational that this would fulfill? Would it add 5% of our water needs? Do you have any rough feel for how much water this will provide the city?
So right now, I don't have like an actual percentage, but currently we have about 5,600 acre feet pumping rights per year, and we want to increase that to 8,000 acre feet per year. Oh,
I think Mr. Fenton
Okay.
has some relief pitching here.
Steve Fenton, Public Works. Presently, we're pumping about 10% of our water use. We use between 18 and 19,000 acre feet a year, and we're pumping about 10% of that, or about 1,800 acre feet. When all the wells are online, we'll be pumping about 8,000 acre feet, which is about 43% of our consumption.
That's really awesome. Thank you so much. That's the number I wanted to hear.
That's including Yukon when that comes on, and then this project as well.
Yes, all 6 wells. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Fabulous news.
Any other questions? Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, I'll transfer the call now. Kochap, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello again. I'm very happy about this project that we're working on our own water, and I believe that maybe that is going to be cheaper for us. But the main problem is not the water. The problem is the ancient, old supply lines, but it's always broken. Here in my area, we had like 2 or 3 at Christmas time, and now we have one again. The workers are just working on it. So you should have to spend more money on the supply lines to deliver it to the customers, because you can buy water from Los Angeles County or whatever, but you need the line to distribute it. So I urge you to work on the water mains, because they always break. Thank you very much.
Anybody
Mayor,
else?
This concludes callers for items 9J.
All right, if with no further questions, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
I move to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Next item on the agenda is item 9L, as in Larry, from Community Development to adopt resolutions to deny a conditional use permit and precise plan of development to allow the construction and operation of automatic car wash on property located 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. This is a recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council adopt resolutions reflecting their decision of March 29th, 2022 to uphold an appeal and deny a conditional use permit and precise plan of development to allow the construction and operation of an automatic car wash on property located in C3 PP zone at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard. If any member of the City Council has questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Councilmember Matucci has a question.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about when we had when it was presented, both the Planning Commission and the Planning Department, they concurred with the project, right? Now, one of the options was not, we didn't get the option, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I think we all are. In other words, in the future, is it possible to have a resolution ready that night, just the same way we had a resolution to accept it, also have an option to deny the project? Is that something that could be arranged?
I'm going to start this and then allow the city attorney to chime in. Typically, when you're bringing a project forth, you have to find conditions if you're going to deny it. Thereby, we don't know what those conditions are going to be when we bring our recommendation forward, which makes it difficult to bring an item saying we approve it with these conditions, yet we deny it based on these conditions. So it does make it very tricky in order to be able to move that forward.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney.
yeah, to follow on what Michelle said, is that we don't know if staff believes it meets the code, they obviously can put in conditions, but we don't know what the council is going to do on a rejection. So to make it able to stand up in court, we need to incorporate the law and the facts that the council finds.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody at the call center?
No callers for this item, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2022-31, a resolution of the City Council of Torrance, California, upholding an appeal and denying a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction and operation of an automatic car wash on property located in the C3 PP zone at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard. The second is resolution number 2022-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, upholding an appeal and denying a precise plan of development as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 6, Article 2, the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction and operation of an automatic car wash on property located in the C3 PP zone at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2022-31 and 32 to deny the conditional use permit and precise plan and development to allow the construction and operation of an automatic car wash on property located in the C3 PP zone at 2880 Sepulveda Boulevard.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9, M as in Mary, from Public Works to appropriate funds and award a consulting services agreement to provide design services for citywide storm drain replacement and installation.
Good morning again. Beth Overstreet from Public Works.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm very excited to report that the city was successful in obtaining an urban flood protection grant in the amount of $867,075. As you may recall, back on June 22nd of this year, staff came to council to request approval to apply for this particular grant. And in that grant application, staff had identified the alley that's located south of 182nd Street that extends between Ashley Avenue and Regina Avenue, and it's experienced several drainage issues over the years. This grant funding that the city is receiving will cover the design, inspection, and construction costs, and it does not require any city matching funds. So the first part of this recommendation before you tonight, this morning, is to appropriate the full grant amount to the citywide storm drain replacement and installation project I-192. And the second part of this item is the recommendation to award a consulting services agreement to CWE of Fullerton, California in the amount of $99,990 for storm drain design services to help address the drainage issues in this particular alley. Out of the 3 firms that submitted proposals, CWE ranked the highest because they were the most responsive to the city's requirements, and they also included in their proposal a design alternative that would help mitigate impacts to the adjacent residents. Funding for these design services is available through the proposed appropriation from the Urban Flood Protection Grant Program, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Overstreet. Are there any questions? I see none. Anybody on the call center?
Yes, Mayor, I have one caller on the line. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello again. I'm one-sidedly, I'm very happy, with fixing the storm drains because, as I mentioned it before a year or 2 ago, we have very bad storm drains here in my area, and it's due to the poor quality of storm drain materials they were put on in the 40s and 50s. But I just don't know how come everything is happening in Torrance if we get a grant if we get a grant, we do something. And we spent $100,000 on consulting services. That's not very good leadership. We do anything when we get a grant from somebody else. So maybe you should get your things together and do something with the money you collect.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. And this concludes callers for items 9M as in Mary. Thank you.
Thank you again, Katie. If there's no further questions, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
I move to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
Second.
I just said,
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
next item is item 9N as in Nancy. From the city manager to adopt a resolution setting pay ranges for all job classes.
Honorable Mayor and Council, item 9N is a recommendation of the city manager that city council adopt a resolution setting pay ranges for all job classes in compliance with California Public Employee Retirement System, or CalPERS, requirements for reporting employee pay. This item is to maintain compliance with the California Code of Regulations regarding the requirement for a publicly available pay schedule required by CalPERS.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none. Anybody at the call center?
Yes, Mayor. Transferring the call now. Camille, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. Item 9N, they negotiated to give raises to the police department when over 1 dozen officers are on paid leave.
Ma'am, you're not on topic. Miss, you're not on topic. If you don't stay on topic, you'll be cut off.
This is about 9N.
You're not on topic.
But they couldn't vote to ask residents if they wanted civilians.
Sorry, ma'am, you're not on topic. We're going to have to cut you off.
This is on.
Anybody else at the call center? There's Camille's.
Yes, Mayor. We have one more caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, Katie. I'm going to stay on the topic here, and I basically just want to tell you I'm very happy to see this publication, and I can see everybody's wages, the hourly wages, and I can calculate the yearly wages. I don't have to look at the Transparent California and not to find the past 2 years because you are keeping it a secret. So this is a very good publication so people can see how much you guys make, how much you guys blow, how much you get paid for be a public servant. Public servant you call yourself, and then you have $138 an hour wages, and as the previous caller said, over $100 an hour for police officers.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up. And this concludes for callers for items 9 and F and Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turdy, you might want to look on page 7 for our enumeration in there, okay, while you're looking through your thing. Nobody else at the call center?
Mayor, thank you.
Madam Clerk, may we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the 2022 pay ranges report for all job classes.
I move to adopt resolution 2022-33.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Next item is item 9O as an Oliver from the city manager to approve a side letter agreement between the engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, and management for lead senior planning associate. From staff.
Good morning, Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9O is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve the side letter agreement between the engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, and management in the amount of $5,880, which adjusts the lead senior planning associate premium. This item memorializes a change in senior lead planning associate premium from 15% to 20%. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none up here. Anybody at the call center?
No one at the call center, Mayor. Thank you.
Then I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
Motion to concur with City Manager on item 9O.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is 9P, as in Patrick, from the city manager to approve a side letter agreement to Torrance Municipal Employees, ASME Local 1117, and management. From
Good
staff.
morning. Jamie Lay again from City Manager's Office. Item 9P is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve the side letter agreement between Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, and management in the amount of $414,000 and $414,198, which increases the water system operator series by 15%, corrects a mathematical error on pay rate, and adds additional premiums for certain employees in the wastewater division of the Public Works Department. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? I see none. Anybody called into the call center?
No one at the call center, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. I'll take a motion to concur with the city manager.
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager and approve a side letter agreement between Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, and management.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9Q, as in Queen, from city manager to approve a side letter agreement between the engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, and management for senior fire prevention specialist. From staff.
Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9Q is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve the implementation of a trial period for the addition of a 410 schedule for senior fire prevention specialist and fire prevention specialist side letter agreement between the engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, and management. Staff is available for questions.
Are there any questions for staff? I see none. Has anybody called into the call center?
No one at the call center, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
I move to concur with the recommendation of city manager on item 9Q.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A. To conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving allocation plan for the Home Investment Partnership Program, American Rescue Plan, also known as Home ARP, funds and appropriate funds. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Ramirez.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before the City Council is the Home Investment Partnerships Program American Rescue Plan, also known as Home ARP, allocation plan. The American Rescue Plan Act was passed on March 11, 2021, as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic and established a special one-time allocation of home ARP funds to reduce homelessness and increase housing stability across the country. Specifically, home ARP funds must be used primarily to benefit homelessness, at risk of homelessness, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking, and other populations where providing supportive services or assistance would prevent the family's homelessness or would serve those with the greatest risk of housing instability. As a home participating jurisdiction, the city received a one-time allocation of $1,710,939 in home ARP funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. In order to receive the home ARP funds, the city must develop a home ARP allocation plan that is approved by HUD. The allocation plan includes a summary of the consultation and public participation process, needs assessment, gaps analysis, planned activities, housing production, and preservation goals. The allocation plan is included in Attachment C. In the preparation of the allocation plan, staff consulted with local service providers and compiled data from the homeless count, housing inventory count, and American Community Survey. Based on the consultation and data analysis, staff recommends that the city use the funding for provisions of supportive services. The city can contract with the service provider or can fund the salary and benefit package of city staff members providing the supportive services. These supportive services include case management, substance abuse treatment, rental application fees, security deposit, utility deposits, moving costs, and mental health services. At this time, it'd be appropriate for the City Council to open the public hearing and take public testimony on the allocation plan. Upon completion of the public hearing, staff would ask that the City Council adopt the resolution included in Attachment A, which would approve the city's home ARP allocation plan, authorize its submittal to HUD, and authorize the city manager to execute all appropriate and necessary documents to receive funding and implement approved use. That concludes staff's presentation. If any member of the council has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. There's a question from Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Michelle. You know, we had the item 9A earlier that we had shared about, and then this one. So this would be, if I just look on page 8, these are additional funding that we could use to supplement some of the homeless service that we want to do. Is that correct?
This fund could be used to help supplement that, but not just that alone. This has to be used citywide, so it has to assist the homeless on a whole.
Understand. So there's homeless people citywide. We could use it, and we could use it for the various agencies I saw on that table.
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of flexibility, that sounds like. Is that correct? Or once you put a plan together, you had a certain dollar. Are we held to that, or we can move it around when situation changes?
Depending on how much we move it around, could depend on us having to conduct another public hearing. There's certain percentages that you can move within without triggering us to have to go back and notify the community that we're changing the allocation of the funding.
Right. And the reason I say that is because June 30th, we're going to start, a whole process, and we may have some lessons learned that when this is put together, so we have to tweak it around. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody in the call center?
Yes, Mayor, I'll transfer the call now. Garchop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I have a question. How can you explain that with all this money spent and you're throwing more money at it, and I'm looking to see that the state homeless population is growing. So, more money you throw at it, the more homeless is. You should put this money into rehabilitation from alcoholism from drug addiction, creating jobs for them. People can go to work sober and make money, and I don't see any of this money spending towards rehabilitation taking off anybody from the street. We are starting for a few months, keeping them up in this 8x8 so-called teleparking.
That caller was disconnected because their time was up, and this concludes callers for item 10A. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if there's no one else who wishes to be heard, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-34, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the Home ARP allocation plan and adopting the Home ARP allocation plan for the use of funds.
I move to adopt resolution 2022-34 and appropriate the funds for the Home Art Grant funds to fund activities.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to oral communication number 2, 1232. Is anybody at the call center?
John R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I'm here.
Please
I was wondering if the chief of police can call me back because I'm still having problems and being threatened by some deputies that work for you and by their family members. They got me under an FBI technology investigation, making false statements on me and accusations. But behind the case of my daughter being molested, I'm getting a lot of problems in Torrance, and I had to move out to come and hide again. I've been through this before, and my number is 424-263-1038. They don't want help me investigate the people that have threatened me that are related to some deputies that work for you, and they do work for you. I was kind of related to them because my grandmother was related to their grandmother, married one of their grandfathers. But because of me going to court, they keep threatening my life. I mean, after me, fighting me again. And I don't think that's right. I've been going to this for years already, but nobody will help me. You know?
That caller was disconnected because his time was up. There are no more callers at the call center for oral communication number 2, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, we'll be standing by in case somebody does call, though. We can do council orals while we're waiting. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Well, as we all know, the city of Torrance is a very diverse city. So the month of April has several holidays by different religions. So I would like to wish those Christians celebrating and Muslims and Jews this month celebrating religious holidays. And I understand that the Hindus got a new year starting during this month also. So I wish them all a happy celebration time. Don't forget that earlier tonight we asked people to remember this month is also Donate Life Month. And that's all I have. Thank you.
calling for time. Thank you, Councilmember Ashcraft. Councilmember Chen.
After hearing from Councilman Ashcraft, I can't extend any longer because, I want to wish everyone, a super weekend in whichever way you want to celebrate, and share some of the blessings with other people around you this weekend. Reflect on your blessings and be grateful. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor.
Take your time.
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay. Read every word.
I got a whole bunch of these. I might as well read a few of them. I'll repeat this from before, but it's a really important event coming up on Saturday and Sunday, April 23rd and 24th, the 47th annual, 47th, Bunkusai Japanese Cultural Festival will be held at the Ken Miller Recreation Center from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. on both days. It's a free event. I didn't say that earlier. Everybody's welcome to come. They'll enjoy all kinds of wonderful cultural performances, dance, music, martial arts exhibitions, and other demonstrations. There's some prizes for anyone who's willing to purchase some, what do you call them these days? You can't call them raffle tickets. Opportunity drawings. Thank you very much. It's getting late. And so there's some nice prizes available. So buy your tickets to support the Bunkusai event through that method. There's also a lot of food that's available for purchase, cultural food items, and it's a tremendous event in support of our sister city program. And our sister city, for those who don't know, is Kashiwa, Japan. And it's a great program, and this is their primary fundraiser for their program, and that helps keep them from requiring city funds to operate. So we look forward to seeing everybody on the 23rd and the 24th. Bunkusai. Enjoy.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to
You want me to read it
really
again?
good food.
Great food.
Yeah, a lot of it,
Yeah,
good
yeah.
entertainment.
Oh, you know what? There's one more thing.
Oh.
I gotta
Glad I
just
brought it
keep
up.
asking for volunteers. We just have such a shortage of people to help these days. With the COVID situation, people are somewhat reluctant to come out and support. So if you are willing to volunteer, especially if you're a student and you need service hours, please send an email to tscavolunteers@gmail.com and offer your services to help. It's a lot of fun for a great cause. Thank you so much.
Oh, since you still got the stage here, aren't they still looking for somebody to work for 4 million yen?
No, I believe they found somebody who was willing to work for 4.8 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
Surprised you didn't apply for that.
I-
You're going to be needing a job, right?
yeah, I'm looking for work. It's starting to sound good.
You do speak English.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you
Well,
could have made it.
A variety of. Might not be perfect, but wow. That's good news that they got somebody. It's 6 minutes down. We got a little bit to go. So, Councilmember Kalani, talk to us.
Do we want to check with the call center first? Okay.
Wait, let me see. Is there anybody at the call center?
No one at the call center, Mayor, at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Okay, well, I just want to say that earlier, just a moment ago, I was looking around the room and there was 11 very dedicated individuals from the city sitting here, making sure they were available for the public, for us. And I just want to say that as a resident of Torrance, I'm very fortunate to have all of you here at the city. And I wanted to thank all of you here too, up at the dais. Sure. Well,
start with Jack.
I wanted to do that, but I can't see all the way out into the. That is you, right, Chief Hart? Thank you. I do have glasses to drive home with. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Mr. LaRock. Thank you, Mr. Santana. Thank you, Mr. Smith, Mr. Chaparian, Ms. Lay, Ms. my friend Rebecca, Ms. Portier, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you. Councilmember Chen. And I'm so sincere about this. I really am. And Councilmember Griffiths, you're like a mentor to me. So are you, Mayor Fury, Councilmember Matucci, my dear friend, Councilmember Heidi Ashcraft, Councilmember Walser, thank you. And good night, everyone. Thank you. Oh, yes, and the call center, Katie, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And everybody in the back room, thank you. Appreciate you, Soma, appreciate you.
Oh, you did good. You really did good. We knocked out. We're 8 minutes down. We got 7 to go. Councilmember Matucci, come on, give it to us.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, it all started when I was born. Once upon a time. No, you know, the public doesn't always see, well, I guess the cameras are always really on us or who's ever speaking here or maybe at the podium, but yeah, all the individuals, all the men and women that are out there sitting in the seat, the public seats, that's truly remarkable. You know, one could say, well, yeah, they get paid for that, but the reality is, look at what time we're still here, and that's dedication. That's dedication, and we have a lot of business here in Torrance, so a lot of items on the agenda, and gosh, I do want to mention one thing. I was driving on Anza today, well, pretty much every day, but today specifically, there was a big cement truck that was pouring cement in our center median. And all these Torrance workers with their, with their gear on. And I know it was a chilly day, but it's still under the sun, you know. I just got to hand it to them, man. They were working hard, and that's heavy work. That's heavy work. There's no air conditioning or, you can just sit down whenever you want or go to the break room. When they're pouring concrete, especially pouring concrete, you're pouring concrete. It's a heavy job. So I really want to hand it to them because those crews are working hard. That is hard work. I don't know what department. I mean, usually I think it was Public Works is the one that handles all that. Okay, so. I'm sorry, Danny? I'm texting Craig now. Oh, okay. No. He's on his way back. Good. Good. I had a question for you. Yeah, Megan, drive back. Concrete cost, yeah. No, but it's really, truly amazing how much work goes out there. And, I mean, yeah, little by little. I mean, it's a big city. I mean, I don't know, was it 600 miles of sidewalks or 840 miles of streets? I mean, people need to put that into perspective when they, we get emails all the time, hey, can you fix this? Can you fix that? And I like that. I want people to engage us. But people need to understand that we got 21 square miles of city. There's been times to where we had to cut the budget and delay some of the projects. So right now I think we're playing catch up.
Hello. There doesn't appear to be any activity in this.
Now that's great. Doesn't appear to be anybody talking. So, anyways, I just want to say thank you for everyone that's actually dedicated to keeping our city nice.
New way to say your time is up.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, you said you wanted to burn some time. That's what I'm here. No, but I truly mean that. Just like, and also thank you guys. When we actually put our heads together, I know sometimes we argue back and forth and maybe have different ideas. But when we stick to that common goal of trying to fix things here in Torrance, I always go home with a sense of pride, and I think that's really cool. Thank you, guys.
Very good. Councilmember Walser.
Thank you.
Your time's up.
No. In an effort to drag this on for another 16 minutes.
No.
I wanted to read in the city charter into the record. I actually do have an issue with concurrence. I've done a little bit of investigating into a very minor situation, but it has to do with shopping carts that are always on the streets. And I've become aware that there are some retailers who do pay for their shopping carts to be returned, and there's quite a number that do not, including some large ones. And I would like to have staff look into the situation to correct that situation so that we're no longer paying anything, and what it would take to either be it an ordinance or develop a system whereby we as a city do not pay for shopping cart returns. If I could have concurrence. Thank you. Outside of that, 15 more minutes. Thank you.
No. As soon as I'm done, we're done. Thank you again for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your input really helps shape our community. Just a couple of announcements, about 15 pages. In an effort to promote environmental awareness during the month of April, the City of Torrance is celebrating Earth Day in a number of ways. There's the Mayor's Water Challenge, where the community can pledge to be more water and eco-friendly at mywaterpledge.com. Only takes a few seconds. Just type in Torrance and choose from a number of ways you can conserve water in and around your home and at work. Then the city's Earth Day Bingo Challenge continues this month at torranceca.gov/Earth Day. On the city's website, you'll find a great conservation tips along with the bingo game board that you can download and print out. Thanks to the partnership with Discover Torrance, Torrance Farmers Market, and a Torrance Welcome Center at Delamo Fashion Center, participants can go to these locations to claim very cool prizes and swag just for completing your bingo card. And on Thursday, April 21st, the city's Community Development Department will host a one-day Earth Day giveaway event at the city's Permit Center. Residents can pick up a free refillable pet waste dispenser, or participants can bring 5 plastic grocery bags in exchange for a reusable thermal grocery tote bag. Just bring in 5 plastic grocery bags and you get a reusable thermal grocery tote bag and look cool at the market. We hope that you'll be able to take part in at least one or all of these Earth Day inspired events. Lastly, I'm excited to announce the official ribbon cutting ceremony and renaming for the city's multi-use sports complex has finally taken place this weekend. The City of Torrance and the LA Galaxy will host a fun block party on Saturday, April 16th from 3 to 7:30 at 555 Maple Avenue. I mentioned this earlier. Hopefully you heard it then, and if you're still awake, you heard it again. After the official ceremony, the block party will kick off with fun games, activities, soccer clinics, and information about programs available through the LA Galaxy. The community is invited to stay and watch the live stream of the LA Galaxy's first away game of the season against Chicago Fire FC on a big screen right there in the middle of our soccer fields. The LA Galaxy will have the game streaming live on the field beginning at 5 p.m. And happy Easter to those celebrating this weekend. When I think about what this holiday was like just a year ago, I feel truly blessed that we're in a much better place doing all the things we enjoy once again. And think back even further than that, 2 years ago, it was probably one of the darkest Easter seasons ever. People were out of school, nobody could congregate, there was no gatherings, there was no Easter egg hunts, and all the things that children really enjoy. People couldn't go to church and enjoy their faith during a special time of the year. And because sometimes Easter traditions include church, having Easter egg hunts, family brunches and dinners, visiting with grandparents, traveling to see loved ones, all the things that had restrictions and high risks of transmission just a year ago. But thanks to everyone's help, like wearing masks when they were required and getting vaccinated when eligible, we're finally able to enjoy these traditions, big or small, once again. So however you choose to celebrate or not, be safe and have a wonderful Easter holiday. Thank you again for joining us tonight.
Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, we have a caller.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Well, then we'll wait.
Torrance, Patriot, you are now
All
unmuted.
right.
Your 1 minute starts now. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Patrick Fury and City Council. This is Torrance Patriot. I also want to say that I stand with you, our police, our firefighters, our first responders, and I'm not going to, talk mean about anybody today, or talk back about certain calls that came in. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Easter or whatever you celebrate this week, and that's all. I woke back up. I'm sorry, I fell asleep a little bit. So
That's okay. A couple of us did too. So thank you very much for calling in. Have a happy holiday.
I'll give it back to you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, there you go. Well, it ended on a good note. So thank you again for everybody for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks on April 26th. Shall we do a motion?
Sure, I'll do a motion.
I wrote it down.
Oh, go.